live. Let me get Psych in here as usual.
Nice
Oh,
rating.
that's and also let me do I have the Twitch window up? Let me make sure we get a link to that document. Alright, let me put that in. Boom. Okay, Tower of Answers should be linked in there.
Not that anyone will be able to see it since no one's here yet.
Yeah. Well, you can still see like past chat messages, right?
I don't think so, not when you join.
What? You might be right. Hello, Thos. Good to see you. Alright.
Can I just say that on my screen,
Yeah.
on the Google Docs,
Yeah.
you're a sheep.
I'm a what?
You're
Oh,
a sheep.
the anonymous sheep. Oh,
You're a sheep to this theory now.
you're an anonymous quagga, so
Oh, that's not me.
I'm a sheep to the theory. Actually, no, the quagga might be me on my other laptop.
Right.
I can't. Oh, you can't? Oh, well, I'll post it. I'll post it every 5 minutes. Also, my headphones actually, the cord keeps going right under the control key, so it's really annoying to copy and paste. Alright, let's see. I can make a command? Alright. Oh, with Nightbot or something? Oh, nice. Okay, we might have to do that. I might have to do that real quick. That's a good idea. Let me get in there. Oh, no, I have to do that on my other laptop. No! Oh, it's gonna suck. All
We'll
right,
just link it whenever someone needs it.
I guess so. Actually, I can add this really easily. Let me do this really quick. Okay. Bones, have you ever seen the movie The Lovely Bones?
No.
Oh, well. Put that on the list. Alright, try answers. Let me see this.
1, 2, 3,
Okay,
1, 2, 3.
that doesn't work at all. Oh, never mind, it works. Works perfectly. Okay, good. You guys can hear Bones, right? RT, DOS.
What?
Alright. I was just asking them, I was just asking RT and Thos who are in here if they can hear you. You guys can hear Bones, right, Thos?
Hello.
Okay, cool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you. Okay, awesome. Let's see. Oh, we're on track 5 of Golden Sun, the Elemental Stars, Bones. I hope you're a fan of that one.
One of my favorite ones, but I can't hear it because my stream is not on.
Ah, well that makes
Sorry,
sense.
the sound on my stream is not on because if I turn it on, then I'll be able to hear you twice.
I get you. You can you can put the soundtrack on independently. Okay. I never actually pinged Psych to get in here, so. Do you think Rainey would be mad if I pinged him? Do you think he'd be offended?
I don't know.
I'm sure he wouldn't be. Alright, let's see. Psych. Alright.
I don't think any of them have read this theory, so.
Well, I just ping Psych, I just ping Psych on principle. It's shit, we have to.
I see. He's not even online.
Yeah, I know, but he's
Slaying
always online. Trust me.
What's a hydrate?
It just makes me drink water, or in this case, the liter of Coca-Cola that I have. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Now we are good. Okay, so where's shot? It's Sunday. I'm not doing shots on a Sunday, dude. Oh my gosh. Alright. So, today, guys, is a special day for ToG Tuesdays on Sundays. Today we have our first guest star in a while, Bones, fellow ToG mod, and one of the more prolific theorists that we have on the server. Bones, if you want to say hi, give a little introduction, talk about your devotion to Hwaryun, now's your chance.
Hi, I am the #1 Huayun fan. You will never find a better, I would say the word better here, a better and a more devoted Huayun fan for sure. Have you seen
That's
my
big.
emojis? I've got like 60 Huayun emojis.
He's not lying. He's not lying. I've seen them. They're real and they're pretty high quality, honestly. Um, Now, Bones, you've done a lot of work. You've done a lot of work for the ToG community, I'd say overall. You've written some pretty prolific Huarian fan fiction. Was that the Day of the Golden Sunset? Was that what that was called?
I don't know about prolific, but sure. Yes.
That's a pretty good one in my opinion. And I'm saying that genuinely. I do enjoy it. I think I told you before.
I know how it sounds, but even when I read it, I like it. So.
Nice. And then we have obviously what I think is the crown jewel of your writing, Tower of Answers. Bones, unbeknownst to most of you, Bones compiles our spoiler topics list in the mod chats, so we know when people are spoiling Raws. So he puts in a lot of work there, and yeah, it's really good stuff. So if any of you guys haven't read Bones' theory, Tower of Answers, we're going to be discussing that today. It's a really good theory. It's I would say probably the second most well-known theory. I know like two theories.
Just say one thing.
Yeah.
It's a theory, but it's also an analysis. It's not just a theory.
It's a very analytical theory. That's true. Yeah, and it's really detailed. If you guys have not read the full document, I would really recommend it. I think I think whether you agree with a lot of this stuff or not, if I may be so bold, I think Bones has done a great job putting all this together. I think it's like a really well crafted narrative and analysis. It's backed. I mean, obviously there are a ton of hyperlinks in this, as you'll see scrolling through it. Pretty much everything in this is backed up by like images and stuff. Like there's proof in the pudding here. So fantastic work on that, Bones. And we'll get to this in a few minutes. For starters, let's start going over the chapter. Now, Bones, what did you think? Do you remember this chapter? This is a pretty important one. This is a pretty important one, I think. It covers the Akranak fight and some development in the relationship between Wang Wang and Yama's mom, Nen Nen.
Nanea.
Oh, Nanea? Oh, is it
I
Nanea
think
now?
her name is Nanea, but her nickname is Nen.
Okay. All right, wait. Now I gotta check. I actually have not. I have not read the line version of this. I've only read the Pajaka translations.
I think it's the same in both.
Okay. Did Lobi die in this chapter? I don't remember. Oh, okay. It's Nen Nea. Okay. All right, that makes more sense. All right, yeah. So this is a really long chapter, isn't it?
Actually, when they're in the garden, it says Nen Nen, or something like that.
Okay. Bones, so I'll start. What did you think of this fight between Yasracha, the
Well, I was
branch heads?
hyped, right?
Yeah.
Because I know it's not the entire Lopobia family, but you've got a few branch leaders here, and
Yeah.
you've got an entire army, and then you've also seen the Zahard army, right? And you've seen Zahard himself.
Yeah.
So all these people came for this massive ancient that just is humongous and looks pretty insane, and it comes out of a volcano. At least it looks like it, right? It's
Yeah.
not actually a volcano.
It does
I don't
look
think,
like
in the
that.
end.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I saw that, I was pretty hyped.
Mm.
And this is also around the time when we still did not know, we don't know what's in the suspendium, which possibly, and there was a theory going around that there could be a metal ancient inside the suspendium.
Yeah.
So when I saw that ancient, I was like, oh crap, what if it's that thing that's sealed inside?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I
I was pretty
definitely get
hyped.
that. I think that's the most common interpretation of what's in the suspendium right now. And yeah, I should have said this earlier. We just as a general rule of the stream, we will not be covering the raws. So anything past this chapter is taboo. Luckily, we haven't done that yet, but I should have said that before we actually got in this chapter. Yeah, we pretend that raws doesn't exist, even though I think 90% of us read it. It makes it hard to remember what's current info or not sometimes. Um, so obviously Lobi is still alive in this. Not that he. Actually, I have no idea what happens to. I totally forget what happens to Lobi, or if we even see him again. Um, let's see. So we have a lot of cool beasts here. We have the snake. So we know the eighth sun is probably sneaking around here somewhere, slithering around.
We don't see him.
What? Oh yeah. Wait. It is kind of weird to me that we straight up don't see this guy. Do you think that that could be a nod to eighth sun Cha theory? Do you
Guess
think
not.
that's more evidence that Cha could be the eighth
I
sun?
mean, sure, sure. Chai is definitely the eighth son.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I considered having I considered having a Cha theory week at one point, but there just wasn't. I just didn't prepare anything. Do you think this branch head is the related to Elaine? Do you think this could be like the Elaine branch head?
Wait, he or she is standing on some kind of a wolf slash rat, right?
I think so. Let me see. Let me scroll up a little bit.
I mean, the resemblance plus
It's like
the
it's something.
wolf, dog, whatever.
Yeah, it's like the
I
same
think it's
hair
very
color.
likely.
I would like to believe it is, honestly. I also think that might be that could. I thought this was a woman at first too. Have you seen Kill la Kill Bones? It kind of reminds he kind of reminds me of Satsuki from Kill la Kill.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So I thought this was a woman for a while, but now I'm pretty sure it's a guy.
It's a dude. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So all the canines go ahead and fight. Were you a fan of the execution of this Akranak fight? Is that Kieran? Is that Kieran
So
right there? I
no,
didn't
that's
even
one of his
realize.
children because he doesn't have wings.
Oh, wait.
Or people from his family.
Does he have wait? Is this wings? What?
No, that's a shield. Like he has a shield, right?
Oh,
In his
okay.
right arm.
Yeah.
And then behind it, you can see some kind of a. Either it's the extension of the shield,
Oh,
or
you-
he's got
this?
swords in some kind of sheaths or something.
Are
No,
you
do
talking?
that.
Are you talking about this?
Oh crap! I've never even seen that.
Oh, wait. What are you
That one
talking?
I didn't notice.
Oh, are you talking about these?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell.
But it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I think so too.
But,
I kind of like how they have I like how they have an air force.
Regarding the execution,
Yeah.
I'm not really sure because this is what we ended on last chapter, right? On Acronax being
Yeah, Acronac's
revealed.
entrance, I think.
and I was quite hyped to see what it can do.
Yeah.
But when it just randomly disappeared, I mean, it did wreck everyone basically.
Yeah.
But then
yeah,
it
pretty
disappeared,
much.
so you don't really know.
Yeah.
And there are some panels which are really tricky slash difficult to decipher.
Mm.
Like this one there. You see? Can go up?
This one?
One
Or-
more.
Oh,
This
this one. Yeah.
That does not look like Acronac. That monster there.
Wait, what?
If you scroll down one more. Sorry, I think there was a delay.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. So look at the chest
I
and look at
guys
the
gotta
arms.
see what you're talking about. Yeah, it
Look,
doesn't.
look at his arm.
Yeah.
He has a needle.
What the
He's
heck?
wielding a needle and he doesn't have the claws. So I
Wait.
don't think that's actually Acronac.
What in the world? Wait, what's going on? Who is that? Does he have like mini? Does he have kids?
And
Does
then
he
if
have
you look at
mini
the next panel
Acronacs?
after that,
Yeah.
look at the next panel.
Yeah.
That guy is there in the background, and again, it does not look like Acronac.
That's you're so right. I never noticed this.
And I don't know if it's an inconsistency, or maybe he can like summon mini versions of himself to
I don't
attack.
know. I have no idea. It's kind of hard to. Yeah, it's hard to see. Okay, but this is Acronac.
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if It's weird. I wonder if there's like a. I wonder if that's all. Maybe like part of his. You know, he like has like the territory he talks about.
Yeah.
Maybe I wonder if like the mini Acronax or whatever are like part of his territory or something. They're like
Oh, good point. Maybe that's
illusions
what the
created by
Asracha
him.
thinks he's seeing.
Yeah, so people are like fighting in an alternate reality, kinda. I
That
don't
could
know.
be
That could be
possible.
it. Yeah, it's really hard to figure out this kind of thing, man. In these fights, I feel like a lot of this fight has just been. I don't know if I'm really disappointed by it because I've never had big expectations for it, but I think it's a lot of like just fodder throwing like kind of charging at it and then dying. I don't know. It's like it's hard to see an actual like effective tactic against this guy, and then Yasracha scratches it with his claws where he tries to, and yeah, and then Acronax, I guess main power is to take people into an alternate reality, which is an interesting power for what looks like the Metal Ancient. Um,
Well,
like,
for it being metal, there's a lot of fire there.
yeah, it's
Or at
true.
least it looks like fire.
I don't think he's the Fire Ancient though,
Correct. No,
because
I don't think so.
well, we already have the fire. You can't have two Fire Ancients.
Ah,
That's not
who
right.
knows?
That wouldn't be right. You are right about the crest, Fizz. Let me actually scroll up a little bit because I think we can see it. Where is it? Oh yeah, and there. Yeah, here we have the sun crest. Yeah,
kind
so
of reminds me. You've seen JoJo Part 5, right? You
yeah,
know
I've seen.
Bruno.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've seen
So
JoJo Part
Sticky
5.
Fingers got all these like
Oh yeah.
things like these belts on his body,
Yeah.
and this is what Acronaut reminds me of.
Wait, you
Because
mean
if
the
you look at
zippers?
it, yeah, the zippers.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not on that panel we just saw, but he's got something like zippers on his torso, the
Yeah.
yellow ones.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, I kind of see what you're talking about. Yeah, he's got like these. He's got like this stuff on his fingers too. Well, that's just like armor plating, I think. Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you noticed,
It doesn't even
but
have a real head.
if you scroll down,
Also, I
there
guess
is a-
it is a volcano though, because it has lava flowing out of it. But yeah, sorry.
so if you scroll down where Acronaut disappears,
Oh yeah, let's go.
and all these people fight.
Yeah. Chat Padidi. Are
One
you a
interesting
Chadidi
thing
believer,
is-
by the way?
No,
Oh.
look there.
Oh yeah.
If you actually look at who Wangnan is fighting, it's more than just Acronaut.
Yeah.
He's actually fighting random people.
Yeah, he's fighting like fodder units. Yeah.
And they seem to have the same symbol, so that there must be some kind of native alliance or clan or whatever.
Yeah, I see where you're going. I see where you're going with it. Is this half a guy? Did he chop off half a guy?
No, I think I can see a head
You
and
see
an
it?
arm.
Where's? Oh,
Is
it's
it-
the same guy as this.
Yeah,
Oh, I
think
thought
so.
this was a different guy. Oh wow. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I got to admit, I think we have a slight difference of opinion here. I am a Chididi believer. I think he's mega based. I literally just like the way he dresses, and there's really nothing else to his character from what I can tell. So yeah, are you a Yas X Wang Wang believer?
Yeah, no.
I mean,
not
it's
really.
right in front of you, bro. It's right in front of you. I should rephrase. Are you a believer, or do you deny what's right in front of you?
I mean, okay, I can see it. I can't see Wang X Yasracha,
No,
but I
I
can
don't.
see Yasracha X Wang from his
Yeah.
point of view.
No, I'm fucking with you. I totally get it. I mean, I'm not a believer in that myself. I think it really does come from a. I think it comes from a perspective of like wanting to well, kind of wanting to refute his wanting to refute his philosophy, and B, I think there is a little bit of like wanting to control him. So this is a denier haven. This is definitely a safe space for us. All right, so we have Acronac disappearing at this point. A lot of dead bodies in the volcano somehow. I don't know how they got there to begin. I feel like Acronac would have had to like kill them as he activated from the volcano. I don't know how they get in there otherwise. I like the lighthouses floating around.
They're not exactly cube on that picture. Or the perspective is
Yeah,
really
I
weird.
noticed that too. Yeah, they're all like strange. They're kind of strange shapes. They're like little stretched out
Squashed. Yeah.
starbursts. All right, now I'm gonna level with you. All right. Actually, no. Other way around. I need you to level with me. Do you think Nen Nea is hot?
If you remove the horn and the ears, yes.
All right. I've got to be 100% with you. This is not for me. I'm just not a Nen Nea enjoyer myself,
She
you
has
know.
some really nice panels.
I mean, she she carries herself well, you know. I mean,
But
I respect the human being, you know.
but the good
But
panels do not have her ears or horn on them. So
mm.
yeah, there we go.
Yeah, are they they're in this like this one?
But this is a good panel.
Yeah,
I
I
like
like
this one.
this one. This is really cool. I mean, I like her eyes a lot. Her eyes remind me of somebody's.
I like the yellow hair endings.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. She's like fiery. It's really cool it is really cool hair. You know, I'm not really a big short hair enjoyer in general, but you know, A, I respect the look for her, and B, it's really good highlights for her. I kind of wish SIU. I'm not saying this is bad for I'm not saying this is really bad design wise, but I kind of wish SIU uh stopped doing the thing he does in season 3 where like everyone's hair gets really fucking spiky. Like you've noticed it with like Yama, Yasracha, Dawan, Kane, Nennea. Like you see how like you see how much spikier the hair is?
It's easy to draw. I mean, for him at least,
Yeah,
because
no,
he's
it has
used
to
to
be
it.
easier to draw. It
Because
definitely has to be, but I hate it.
he did have like long flowing hair back in season 2, but
Yeah,
the
he
art was
definitely did.
different back then.
Yeah, like stuff like with like Rowan, I guess would be he's like like if Rowan was introduced in like season 3, she would definitely have like really spiky hair.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When Yihua comes back, how are you gonna react when she has spiky hair?
You know, I just one more reason for me to enjoy every chapter that Yua has not come back yet. I'll be like mildly annoyed, I think, but honestly, I think she's gonna have more of like a bowl style with like a bun in the back. I feel like that's what's gonna happen with her.
I kind of think maybe SIU will not change her hairstyle because she's kind
Yeah.
of like one of those like long hair Korean beauty types, whatever.
Oh
I feel
yeah,
like.
yeah, I get that. Yeah, I think yeah, I think it's I think it's kind of different with her versus like Dawan and Yama and them because I feel like the others have like kind of wavier hair, and then Yua's hair is like pretty definitively straight, so it's probably. I mean, did we Yeo Moon didn't have spiky hair, did he? I think it could be. I think it's probably gonna be like that.
Actually, Arya, yeah, Arya has straight hair.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it's gonna probably look like that, except you know like black, probably. All right, let's get Wang Wang. Love at first sight for Wang Wang. Big stuff. I like this. I like this moment a lot actually.
That was really funny now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's love at first sight, or it's just that he saw a naked girl and he was like, "Oh yeah, boy"?
I honestly I could see. Or well, it depends, right? It depends, cause like this girl. Oh, you know, Kieran's actually his hair's not that spiky. Like it's I mean, it's like spiky, but it's like straight spiky. It's not like a bush. It's not like trauma rays. So it depends on the timing. Has Doom been born already?
Interesting question.
Because that would change my answer there.
I think so because they haven't spent that much time together. I think it was half a year or something.
Ah,
And then later we see Doom, who is quite like 5 years old or something, right? Or whatever, 10 years old.
yeah.
So he probably does have Doom by now.
Yeah, because I was gonna say he's probably already seen a naked woman at this point, you know. So it's like,
But, you know,
yeah.
his beast instinct.
I mean, I get it too. It's like, you know, it's not like you see one naked woman and then, you know, forever, forever.
But
It never
this one
affects
is
you again, you know?
this one literally came out of a volcano.
Yeah,
She's
this
hot,
one did.
right?
Yeah, that's true. She is definitively hot. You are correct. I like the trauma ray pose right here now too. I wonder if maybe he gets it from her. I don't know.
Wait, and
I
she's
think
upset
she
because she's
was
locked up, right?
yeah, she's
And
upset
she's
because
gonna get experimented on, etc.
yeah,
And that pose,
yeah.
could we transfer that to Tromare?
Can
He's
we
also upset because he's trapped inside the tower.
that's very possible. Now actually, that's actually interesting that you bring that up. Because one of the things that I was thinking about for Trauma Ray is that so you know how he has like with his like animal born people, like he like has Yasracha like act like a cat. He has Wang Wang act like a dog. He has I don't know what he has Lobby do, but presumably he's
Maybe
somewhat
this is the
lion-like.
animals from outside.
I was gonna say he's trying to like replicate what is outside the tower, inside the tower, because he probably because I guess probably like misses that or something, or it's like it's the only way he can like. I kind of see it as like it's the only way he can like make sense of things. I don't for whatever reason, like the he can't process a lot of what goes on in the tower. It like doesn't feel real to him or something. This is all like headcanon stuff for me. So he tries to have it replicate the outside world more, so he can live with like rules, I guess. There's a system that he understands. That's kind of my take on it. But yeah. Now this is kind of an interesting. Oh, this you must have really loved this panel, huh, Bones?
Really? The ears are really weird. Have you seen the ears on that?
The ears. Let me check. Let me check. They're like in the kind of in the wrong place.
Like one is like below the other.
Yeah.
By the way, are we gonna talk about the shirt incident?
Talking about the what?
The shirt.
Oh, the shirt incident. Is she wearing like white
No.
shirts
Scroll
as
up,
well?
scroll up. Look at Wang Nan.
Wait.
He's wearing a shirt, and then he's not.
Wait. No! No! Oh my god, what happened?
So she did not pay attention to the food. So this guy knows how to play the game, right? He flexes his back by taking his shirt off.
Smart. Oh my god.
He's like, look at my back. Look at those muscles.
That's how he gets her to listen. You don't want to eat? You're not hungry? What about now? Also, do you see her pants change color? She has brown shorts here, but then she has white shorts here, yeah. Honestly, it doesn't even look like bad food. I wish they would give him shoes, man. He deserves shoes, Lobby.
He's gonna wear them.
He needs like...
Wait, doesn't Yasracha also have claws?
What?
On his feet? Yasracha?
Does Yasracha have claws? Like, probably.
I think he does.
He probably has like short claws, and that's why he can wear the shoes. This guy only has 3 toes. That's so wild. How does he keep his balance? All right, so I wanted to say one thing real quick. I really liked this moment here, for Yasracha's perspective, where he just immediately gets jealous as Wang Wang is like able to be swayed, by the naked girl in the volcano, which is something that he wanted to do for so long. I think that was a really good defining moment for Yasracha's future direction.
Is this the point? Yeah, so he says he wants to destroy everything.
Yeah.
Or ruin everything. I don't know if I like that.
I like that for Yasracha. Very bad for Wang Wang and Nen Nea. Why do you like it?
He says urge to ruin everything, but at that point there isn't anything yet. Like, he just noticed, that Wang Nan likes the girl. There isn't anything going on yet. So, like, it just feels out of place to say it now.
I get where you're coming from. But I think maybe he's kind of talking in hindsight. I get that this is a weird place to bring it up. I think he's probably I would say like present Yasracha is saying this, and he's kind of consolidating future information into this statement. Um,
Right. That makes sense.
but like the jealousy is definitely there in the moment, but probably for the urge to ruin everything. The only way that I could see it was that like the only way that I could maybe see him like making this statement now is that if he was like if this was where he like initially got the idea to um, take like trauma ray out of it, or no, it's not trauma ray, or to take Wang Wang out of trauma ray's favor. I could see that being the I could see that being the like part of his thought process. So then we have Kieran and Trauma Ray just talking about having Wang Wang not immediately bang the unicorn girl. A little impulse from Trauma Ray. I mean, I think he knows. It takes 9 months to make a baby anyway. So probably not a huge issue for him. Probably not it's either he waits 9 months. He knows he has to wait 9 months already if he wants a new baby. So what's another couple? He's immortal.
You know what I found really strange is how they just took Nanea with her to the Popia mothership.
As opposed to what?
Sure, the family head is there, right? But
Yeah.
if let's just pretend for a second he was asleep, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she decides to go berserk, she could destroy half the castle before anyone beats her with Akronach. Just that possibility exists, right? Even if she wouldn't do it, just that possibility exists. So I find it really strange that they just brought her in.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I see where you're coming from there. Sloppy, to answer your question real quick, if Trauma Ray gets bombed, I think the big thing there is if Trauma Ray gets bombed. I personally don't think it's going to happen. I think he could try to bring him to the DNA throne room, but I don't think that will actually happen. All right, so then we have more of this. The flowers out. We get some gardening. Good. Oh yeah, thanks for dropping in, Thos. Glad you came. So the flower.
The panel above was quite cute.
Which one?
The one where she sees the flower for the first
happy
time.
one.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm glad. I'm happy to see her happy. It's cool stuff. She frolics over. It's pretty cool. It's a nice flower. I'm gonna put it out there. Wang Wang has good taste in plants.
It's the same flower from the volcano now.
Yeah, I think so. But the fact that he preserved it is pretty nice. Alright, so Wang Wang was taking care of the plants. He gave it a lot of love and nutrients. He's a qualified florist. That's kind of wild, honestly. Wang Wang is a very multi-talented ranker. He's got a lot of depth to his ability, or a lot of breadth to his abilities, I guess. It's kind of cool. I think
I love the laser.
Sorry?
The water laser. I love the water laser.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a spray. It's supposed to be like
it's
a wide
spray. Look
exactly. But then he's just dousing it like it's a hose. Wow. Oh, look at that. I don't even remember that panel. That's pretty good. All right. So he wants. So he says, just like a plant needs water and nutrients to bloom, humans need food. That way they can also. He really wants Nanea to bloom. I don't know how he expects her to bloom in the Lopobia mothership, but more power to her.
I think this is my favorite panel of her.
This one?
Yeah.
She's got some weird ass eyelashes in this. I'm gonna put it out there. She's got like a weird ass lip too. Like what is this? What are some of these lines?
It's really uncanny and weird, but I like it.
All right, I won't take that away from you. It's really straight. Some of this hair also doesn't make a lot of sense. First of all, the hair is like going into her eyes. It's like going behind her eyelashes.
I say he does this. He just doesn't draw the part of the hair that goes over the eye.
Yeah, it's really weird. I think it's silly, but whatever. All right, so There's like a little. He's got like magnetics here for some reason. Have you know like magnetics, right?
But that is, yeah.
Yeah. He's got like magnetics for her to play with. That's
So
kind of
one
cute.
thing I want to mention.
This is a funny one, in my opinion. Just eating with
Which
the
part?
fork. All right. So at a glance, okay, this is kind of to me. At a glance, it kind of looks like her eye isn't closed, so it just looks like there's like a white space here. So
The horn is gone.
she's like eating like a zombie. Sorry, what'd
The
you say
horn
now?
is gone.
What's gone?
The horn.
Wait, what the heck? What happened? Wait, the horn's there,
It's there.
and now it's
but then
not.
it's not.
Oh, there was something with Yisrach's ear earlier. And now it's back. Well, now it's back, but it's cut off.
The consistency here is
Oh
amazing.
no.
So one thing I want to mention is this is supposedly the most luxurious hotel, whatever room in
Yeah,
the
this is a
entire
good suite
floating
of.
castle, right?
I
this is-
think we have the same thought here.
And look at this room. It's
Right?
like it's so plain.
I'm like, this is the best you can do? How
And then
is
it's like,
this is a
why is there 60 plates?
the
Who needs that many plates?
this is actually where the branch heads used to have dinner parties.
And Lopabia seems really poor, man. No wonder they needed NHS money.
Yeah, no, we keep talking about how like Lopo B is like the worst family. All their members like job. They suck. They have like 20 branches and they're all like impoverished.
I mean, after Lopabia, people look homeless to me as
Third
well.
world family. Yeah, that's true. Dude, it's like it's completely up to like Lilial and Shilial to save that family from extreme poverty. They're probably like they might be the only Lopobia princesses at this point. Do you know any others?
No, there isn't, as far as I know.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess they start bonding more. And they got close. They go to the garden. We get the lights again. The SIU's really loved showing like the tower lights recently. It's been like so much more prevalent. This is fun. He's a fucking gremlin right here. This is so fucking weird. He's not even like that malicious right now, right?
He knows he's there to be a menace, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I like the outfit for Nen Nen here. It's like a nice sweater. And then some nice gray slacks or something. Oh wait, it's not a sweater. Never mind. Okay, well now I don't know how I feel about the outfit. Now it's kind of weird to me. Are you a fan of? Also, why does SIU keep like? I feel like he's cropping the panels early.
Yeah, he's done that a lot because basically what he does is I think he draws it and then he just moves it
Yeah.
without realizing he's making a gap.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's
Yeah, I
doing
see
it.
what you mean.
About the outfit, I'm not the biggest fan because of it just looks weird.
This is
kind of
like weird to me. It's like this looks
trying
like
to
it's
look smart,
barely
right?
staying together too, right?
It's trying to look smart and then you've got
Yeah.
that like sports stuff underneath.
Dude, she kind of looks like a call girl to me. Not that there's like anything wrong with that, but like I don't think that's the look he was going for with her. Oh man, I mean he doesn't even really look like a menace. He just looks like that fucking weird friend. Have you seen The Room, Bones?
The room.
Yeah, that like bad movie, The Room.
I'm not sure.
All right, has anyone here seen The Room? Because all right, first of all, get on that. But there's like this guy in the room, and he's like a grown ass man. He's like a grown ass man. His name is like Denny or something. And he's like always asking like the main character and his wife if like they had like sex or something, or he like asked to like watch and stuff. He's like really like they treat it like he's okay, like a little like he's like a little rascal, but it's really fucking weird. It's so crazy. I will say the one thing I do, I actually think SIU generally does a better job than most other webtoon artists with like 3D geometry. Like you've seen like the 3D art in Unordinary, right? When like Rue makes like buildings and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is miles ahead of that. I think we should read some more Tower.
I was looking, I was paying close attention, and if you look at those plants there, right,
Yeah.
you'll notice there's like only two of them, and he keeps repeating them. Which is,
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine because it looks good, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
And
it
you know,
looks good enough to accept.
I mean, I don't really mind the 3D stuff as long as it allows them to pump out more chapters. I'm fine with it.
That's fair. I see where you're going with it. Yeah. Okay, now he looks regularly menacing instead of like oddly gremlin-y. But then but yeah. Oh, this is isn't this like Chaw foreshadowing here? Not Chaw force. This is Chaw lore. The first humans were born from plants. That's why they're called the Great Plants. Origin. What does that even mean? What does that
It's
have to?
because the translation is weird.
Yeah, I think this is like mega weird. I don't remember
He
that
was trying to
at
throw a
all.
phrase called harem or something,
Oh, okay.
which supposedly means something like origin or something.
Yeah. I like how Yasracha appeared like all menacing, and now now she's just like being friendly with him and explaining like the beauty of plants to him. I actually really do think this scene looks really nice. Like this is a really good panel in my opinion.
I mean, this is like this. I don't really read them, but this is like a easily feels like a rom-com material, right?
Yeah,
This whole scene,
yeah, I
like a
totally.
love triangle crap.
I get that. Like you would not be. No one could blame you for thinking. No one could blame you for thinking these guys like just like we're I don't know like falling in love themselves in my
Like
opinion.
when I was reading this chapter for the first time,
Yeah,
I was thinking Estrada's gonna fall in love
dude, I
with her,
totally was thinking the same thing. Yeah,
and that's why like he got them both killed because like she loved him, he
right.
loved her, and like yeah,
Yeah, dude,
he was the third wheel.
some Sahard foreshadowing, man. Like king, like general.
Mm.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, he's talking about how like Wang Wang like actually loves her, probably. He's the hope for the Beastkin, but he's such a pussy, and he likes Traumaray for no good reason. Now this is maybe the less good kind of 3D geometry.
Now you
this
can
is
actually
kind of
see it,
crazy.
right?
Yeah. See, this is this is a little bit. I mean, he copies these like a ton.
I mean, whoever made the model just pasted like 100 of them
Yeah,
in a row,
exactly.
basically.
It's literally it's like when you get like spam windows and like you close one and like a million more like appear one behind the other. That's exactly what it looks like. Please make that Wang Wang bloom. That's a weird ass line. That's such like a coon line, honestly. That's such an Aguero line. He would say that. It reminds me of you've seen Gintama, right, Bones?
Yeah.
You do you
Not all of it, but most of it.
there's an episode with do you know Madao?
Yes,
There's like
one of my favorite characters.
there's an episode that's just like when will Madao bloom?
Oh, I think I remember.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
All right. So this is where Traumaray orders Wang Wang to commit sexual assault. A little bit of a dark scene. I really like that. I really like that. And I said this last week too, or last time too. I think I really like that SIU is not shying away from making Traumaray into a really bad guy. Like I think with all the stuff that's going on here, SIU has not really left room for any sympathy for this guy. So like no matter like you know how like you know how we're getting all this like Yasracha development now, despite the fact that he like genocided, you know, like a few thousand canines and stuff. I feel like nothing SIU can write for Traumaray is going to take away the heinousness of what he's done in the past.
So this could open a can of worms, but this is quite an interesting observation because if you think about it, what he's actually trying to do here is he's painting Traumaray from kind of the get-go, right?
Yeah.
As a bad guy, basically.
Yeah.
And is this the first impression you want to give us? And then the entire thing is about Yama and how he needs to get his revenge because, like whatever his parents are gonna get, whatever happens, I don't know.
Mm.
So I wonder if SIU is going somewhere with this. Like, is he on purpose? Did he pick Tromari to be first on purpose because maybe, and I'm just saying maybe, he was gonna kill him at some point?
Wait, kill Traumare?
Yes. I mean, within the series, I don't mean now. Like, he's gonna die before the series ends. Because he's painting him as a fit like this bad guy, right?
Yeah.
And I think that if he's gonna do that to someone who is, you don't know his intentions at the moment, but you don't imagine a person like this would really, or Bam would want to associate with, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
Bam is not that kind of person.
Yeah.
So you can kind of straight away see that he's not really gonna be an ally because Bam wouldn't really want him as an ally. If anything, they might have to be together for some time because Bam is weak, if anything, kind of
Yeah.
like Gustang, right?
Yeah.
But to me, it kind of seems like he's trying to paint a different picture here than with the previous family heads we've seen because he's specifically making him the bad guy,
Yeah.
like explicitly by doing stuff what we just see on the screen, which makes me think he's going to kill him eventually.
I completely agree with you. In my opinion, I think the Lopobia family has always been characterized as a villainous family. Like I never believed we would not see Traumare get killed at some point in this series by like one of the like Bomb or a Slayer or something. Because like ever since I mean Ren was in Red. So that's like a little bit more nuanced. But I thought ever since Lilial and Shilial were introduced, I was
Whole
like very
NHS as
convinced
well.
that whole family is like totally rotten. I
Yeah,
mean
the whole
every
NHS.
family is totally rotten in ToG. But yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I think he's being set up to get killed. I can see the only way I can see Bomb coexisting with Traumare is if like Bomb's just like taken captive or something somehow, due to that weakness that you were talking about. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. Because this stuff, I thought you were actually gonna go when you started talking about that. I thought you were gonna go in the completely opposite direction. I thought you were gonna talk about Yasracha being like an unreliable narrator here,
No.
and I'm like, oh, there's no way, there's no way. Um, but yeah, no, I totally agree with you. He's definitely being built up as the bad guy. I know DG was a big proponent of Traumare being the bad guy that Macheni was talking about. Like a back earlier, like in post hiatus nest, when she's like, the true enemy has not yet appeared. Do you agree with that? That's Traumare at this point?
It has to be.
Yeah,
Yeah. But
it
I
probably
don't
does at
quite
this point.
understand what she really means by the real enemy because
Yeah.
it depends if she's talking about the now
Mm-hmm.
at the nest he's the
Or in
real
the
enemy,
future.
or is she talking like she knows something supposedly about
Oh
like
yeah.
fate or whatever? But I don't
Ah.
really think so.
Yeah.
I think it's about
Arlene still
now
hasn't introduced herself yet formally.
because if she knew or had a suspicion that the family head would be coming, and this is the Lopobia castle, and they want to save Jinsung,
Yeah.
then him being the main enemy of the story makes sense.
Yeah. Now, Bones, as a Tower of God reader, how did you feel seeing sex for the first time?
I didn't really pay that much attention to it, really. I mean, because like I know what he's trying to do here and what he's trying to show, but at the same time, like the scene itself being drawn, I don't really care that much. Like it's not like anything was shown anyway.
Yeah.
It's not like the act was happening. They're just hugging each other. So I was like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I see. I definitely
but
see
the,
what
the
you mean.
meaning behind the scene is different, right? There's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
Like, her asking the question and him lying, but is he actually lying or he doesn't know himself?
Mm.
And then her saying thank you, whatever, and stuff.
Yeah.
Her saying thank you at the end for lying.
Yeah.
Like, It's pretty cool how he
I
did that, and that he did that.
yeah, I think it's a really I feel like I've cooled a lot in terms of my feelings for this scene since we've had a couple months to process it. Um, this was this was really fucking wild to me when it came out. Um, just because all of the implications behind this scene are really they're pretty dark, I think. Especially because like this is an order for Traumare. Wang Wang's really not comfortable with it. He knows that. I think he knows that what he's doing is wrong until he's validated at the very end by Nanea. Um, Not to get too much into the whole thing behind that. I also think I think the narration actually really does make this. I think it does make this scene decently powerful. Just because I really like the what? Sorry.
I like that he's considering. He's like, he was drinking something,
Yeah.
whatever it was,
Oh yeah.
and he seems to be pained. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, it's definitely a very mature and difficult situation for both of them to be in. Um, but I like that he's kind of like questioning. I like that he's questioning his love for Nene here. I think what I really would have wanted to see though, I actually would have wanted to see more of Nenea's perspective here, because I think it would I think it would be I think it's kind of important in a scene like this just to really show her thought process in all this beyond just the dialogue, rather than just narrating Wang Wang's own. Even though I know he's like the more important character in this flashback, but I think for this it would be kind of important to see things from both ends here. I will say this, and that I do like the last chapter a lot more than this one. In terms of this flashback, while there's a lot of interesting stuff that happens in this, and we're really seeing the history behind Wang Wang, Nanea, and the situation that's being set up with the family that will eventually fall apart. I really think that the most important part of this flashback, like the most important, and SIU is kind of changing it into something that it wasn't when it started out, I think. But I think the most important thing that this flashback needed to do was explain how Yasracha got where he is today. And I think I would have appreciated more if we kind of stayed more focused on Yasracha rather than shifting it towards Wang Wang and Nen Nen. Like I know this is like a very important scene in the moment and in their situation, but I think it would have been more. I think it would have been more kind of important for characterization to see how Yasracha was processing all of this. I swear to God, I'll let you talk for in a sec, but I swear to God, I thought that Yasracha was watching at the end of this scene because the door was open. I thought he was gonna be like behind the door listening.
I've seen the edits.
Yeah.
There's definitely an edit where Yasracha's watching.
Dude, it's so weird.
At least one.
It would be so weird. Yeah, hitting the Wang bits and RT is saying, I think hitting the Wang bits and then relationship does get a better idea of why Yas ended up with them. I agree. I agree, but I do want to see more of it from his perspective, as opposed to Wang Wang's. I'm still not a big Wang Wang fan. Like, I don't think he's that interesting of a character overall, despite a lot of his actions. What, Bones?
I don't like him either.
Yeah, he's just kind of a... I'm definitely more of a his character's not really... Wang Wang's character's not really someone that I, like, really identify with or support in most situations, but that's just kind of how he is. That's just literally, like, it's in his DNA to be like that. So he's kind of limited for my opinion of him in that regard. But yeah, overall... oh, yeah?
So what I was going to say earlier is how you were saying you would prefer if it was more about Yasracha, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I get why you're saying that.
Yeah.
But it feels to me that the reason he did this is because we've already seen some parts about Yasracha, right? Through his other commanders, flashbacks, etc.
Yeah.
And sure, it's important to cover Yasracha as well because it is his own flashback.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we were at the point where the whole Yama story
Mhm.
needs to be explained. And we know nothing about his mother, right? And we know nothing about his father, really. Or we know very little about his father,
Yeah.
how it all went. So I kind of see like why he did this because Tomere is being set up as the bad guy here towards his
Yeah.
family, and we know that supposedly Wan and the mom are dead, whatever, because Doom said they both died.
Yeah.
So it seems like through these flashbacks, and the reason it's not focused on Yasracha is because it's kind of, halfway pointed towards Yama and how that's going to fuel him to get revenge on the
Yeah.
Lokobia family. Because at the moment, right, his only enemy and his target is Yasracha, who is in front of him.
Yeah.
Whether he defeats him or not, what happens after that, right? He needs another opponent after he eventually defeats Yasracha. And now they need to set up Lopabia family to be that target that he needs to pursue as a
Yeah.
slayer.
Yeah.
Because
I
he
think
never,
he's doing a good job with that.
because before season 3, it was said that Yama was not really a slayer. I mean, he was a slayer, but he wasn't really doing the job of a slayer,
Yeah, he
right?
didn't really do anything. He just kind of fucked
Yeah,
around and made money.
exactly.
Yeah.
So this is just a build up for him to become a true slayer, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I think I wish Yama's like growth into a true slayer, because that's definitely something that SIU is doing. I really wish that was done a little bit better in earlier chapters, especially like even in earlier parts of the Nest. I wish that was done a little bit better. Um, but it's definitely getting there now. I wish, I do wish some of this like reflected on Yama himself a little bit more if we're going that route. Because I mean, he's not even born yet in this, so who knows what's gonna happen in the next week or so. But I think like is learning this going to change Yama? Like is it what's this gonna like? Is he still? Because this doesn't take away what Yasracha did to like all of his people or anything like that. So is it really going to change anything that Yama's thinking? I guess.
Well,
I mean, besides after Yasracha, maybe then once he kills Yasracha, then he can start thinking about killing Traumare.
so
Yeah.
I'm not even sure Yama is seeing this. I think Yasracha is just talking to himself or thinking back, right?
Yeah.
Because they were fighting, and then
Why
the flashback started.
I assumed he was talking to Yama during the fight for this.
Really?
Well, maybe they kind of maybe I don't know if they continued fighting during Yasracha's monologue here, but I don't know. Oh, Yama already got some of this bit when he was flashbacked and saw the Yas Wang scene. Yeah,
He did, but he didn't hear what they said. He could only see.
Yeah.
When he got the fang. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. If yeah, I guess in that sense it just works kind of as I don't want to call it non-diegetic, because it's still part of the world Tower God, but like, I guess it really just I would hope that Yasracha is telling this because I feel like it's a bit of a waste if Yama's not actually receiving any of this information. I feel like if it's not going to affect anyone going forward except for the reader, I don't think that's like enough in my for I don't know how to describe it, but that's not enough for me to like believe that Yama's going to make these decisions going forward. I would at least want Yasracha to explain the gist of this.
I think it's possible that
Yama has to. I don't know if you see what Raj said. Yama has to see the entirety of his parents going at it. How else will he have his character development? Yeah. It's good.
I don't
That
know how it's
changes
gonna.
anyone. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know how it's gonna play out. I still think, just based on how this flashback started, that he's not actually being told this. That this is just Yasracha saying stuff. But, and this is me guessing here,
Yeah.
if Yama is to get Yasracha's fang at some point, I think there is potential that this entire flashback is something that Yama will be able to see.
Hmm.
Just like
Okay.
when Doom gave him his fan, he was able to see some stuff.
Ah, I see. All right. So the sight of his, so then he'll actually be able to re-experience his parents creating him, and that will motivate him to defeat
I think
trauma.
so.
Right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Okay. I can see that happening. That's fair. Yeah. And then RT is saying that's a good way to give it info without being as awkward. Yeah, that's fair. If he just experiences that if he experiences that himself, then just through the fang. That makes sense. That would be a very smooth way to get it. And that would justify having a flashback this detailed without Yasuracha explicitly saying it now. I get that. Oh, for me, the biggest part about this flashback, if that's how you can go through with this, it gives them the go-ahead to do something like this again. Like, what do you mean? Another, like, 4-chapter flash? Dude, we're gonna have... I'm telling you, we're gonna have, like, 20-chapter flashback arcs, Sloppy. Bro, wait for the Arlene arc, bro. It's coming. It's a season 6. The Arlene arc is coming. We're gonna have 30 chapters of the Arlene backstory. It's gonna be wild.
It's gonna be another love story.
Yeah. Well, yes, I think it actually is a love story.
You know when you have a love triangle, you call it a love triangle. What happens when there's like 5 dudes?
I think that becomes a love pentagon. I think you just changed the shape. Wait, 5 dudes?
Octagon? No, that's not. That's 8, right?
Yeah, that's 8. Yeah, no, I think it's. I think regardless of the gender, it's still. I think it's just the shape, so it'd be a pentagon.
No, I meant like 5 dudes and a girl, so 6 people.
Love hexagon. Love hexagon.
Hexagon, yeah. Right? Hexagon.
Yeah. I think you get. I think usually the other term is like love dodecahedron or something. I feel like I've heard that before. When it's like enough to make it confusing. But yeah, overall, definitely an interesting chapter. And one that is pretty unprecedented for Tower of God up to this point. Let's get into the real meat of this. Tower of Answers. And now there is an anonymous skunk in the viewing the document. So let me just link this again. Tower of Answers. The great theory of everything. Now I gotta ask, how are chapters 4 and 5 coming along, Bones? I'm pretty excited.
They are not coming along, really. So, I spent a lot of time writing these 3, and when I finished the 3rd one, I felt that at the time, because originally I planned 4 chapters, like I literally planned 4, right?
Yeah.
And I was gonna only release all of them once I had all 4.
Yeah.
But when I finished the 3rd one, I felt, this gives a complete picture for now, and the last thing I wanted to cover was kind of really out there, which is more to do with the entire world of Tower of God.
And that was like more with the administrators and stuff, right? And then some other like TUS stuff, or was TUS for chapter 5?
TUS. Yeah, that would have been included in there.
Okay.
I wanted to tie in the entire TUS world, at least everything that we know, with what we know from Tower of God, and show people how it ties together. And that despite it being ancient, there are still a lot of things that do make sense if you consider the old stuff.
Okay. Do you think that SIU is still? I'm sure he's still taking inspiration from it in any case, but do you think SIU is still actually thinking of Tower of God within the context of TUS, or do you think he is like? Do you think he's like made it a separate thing?
I think he is. And I don't mean he might go back and re-explain, or like redraw TUS, right?
Yeah.
I think what will eventually happen is when we come to the flashbacks where they explain how these people, the irregulars, got inside the tower, and why they are there, what the tower is for. I think that potentially at that point we could get a flashback, which is basically TUS, but that's just a flashback. Because if you read TUS itself, it's very short. It's not many chapters. At least the stuff that we've got. We don't have everything. Some stuff has been lost. But it's like 3 chapters or something. And so you could easily put all of that and expand on it within like 3 chapters. You could cover all of that within Tower of God.
I think you're right, actually.
And that way he doesn't need people to know about TUS. He can change it as well because it's within the ToG story. And I think that's what's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, that would be really cool.
And I do think that he is maybe not everything, but I do think he's still keeping some of the original ideas he's had from the start.
I mean, he knew how he knew. I think he said he knew how ToG was going to end when he started it. I feel like that. I feel like that wouldn't have changed. I definitely think he's still taking a lot of ideas that he had in the beginning. Um, but yeah.
A lot of the early stuff, especially all the blog stuff, if
Hmm.
you really read into them and you also look at TUS and all the information we know, you can see that he was definitely basing some TOG stuff based, on TUS itself.
Mm,
There is stuff in there that makes
yeah.
sense.
We should cover TUS in the next week. Actually, I have a
Well, I don't
lot.
know much about it
I'd
because I
have a
read
lot
it
of
long ago
research
and
to
I
do.
kind of forgot much about it.
Yeah, we'd have a lot. I'd have a lot of research to do. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of my, yeah, it's kind of my like thought process. Raj is like, is it or was it deeply tied? Um, but yeah, no, I agree with you that he's still at the very least he's still taking heavy inspiration from it because it's like I think either way like the fact that ToG was like originally conceived as part of that TUS story or sorry TUS the S's story. Um, I think it definitely it's probably definitely continued to take inspiration from that, even if SIU some like at some point developed it into its own thing, independent of the rest of the U.S. But yeah.
Just, I guess one last thing I'll say about TUS
Mm-hmm.
is because you asked if he would change it.
Oh yeah.
I personally think he might change one big factor of it, which is the main character itself. So the TUS stands for Tails User Story, right?
Yeah.
Tail, whatever his name is. And Tails is a character in TUS.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is supposedly about him. But if you think about the fact that we just spent, let's just say at that time will be
Yeah.
600 chapters looking at Bam, and then now he's gonna tell us about some random dude we've never heard of. We've seen him for 3 chapters and we are supposed
Yeah.
to care about him. I think that entire Tails character will be scrapped.
Uh,
But the idea behind what he was trying to do with the tower, I think it will stay the same.
hmm.
And instead of that Tails guy, we're gonna get Bam.
Have you ever? It reminds me. Have you ever played the Xeno games like Xenogears? Um.
No.
Oh. Well, again, get on that. Um. But it's kind of like that where it's kind of where I think there's a game called Xenogears, and it's part of the like spiritual collection of like Xenogears, Xenosaga, Xenoblade. Um, Xenogears was the first one of those to be made, and it was supposed to be like the fifth part of like a six-part story or something. And then it like yeah, they just didn't have the money to do it. Um, and then like Xenogears became really big, and then Xenosaga was like supposed to be another part, and it became that ended up being like 3 games on its own, and that was only supposed to be one part. But it kind of reminds me of that, where it's just like you plan this as like a part of a much larger whole, and then you spend so much time on this one part, it morphs into its own thing. Um, I know SIU said at one point he wanted to write a football manhwa instead. I don't think we'll ever get like an official TUS. I don't think we'll ever get a real one. I think after Tower of God, SIU is going to be like completely burnt out on anything related to it.
I think he will take a break, and I think eventually he might come back for fun as a hobby to create this football manga. I could see it.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. I
Like
maybe he'll like
nothing complicated, right? Just
yeah,
football.
yeah, exactly. You don't need to build up 400 chapters of mystery. You just got to build up
Mm.
you got to build up some football. Yeah. Uh, Now before we get into the meat, I have one other quick question about like the whole of this theory, and that is how does it feel knowing that if I Google Baza theory Tower of God comes up in the Google autofill results, but if I
Based
search
on cookies, man.
Tower of Answers,
Is that not based on your cookies?
Tower of God, how come that doesn't autofill?
I don't
How
know,
does that
man.
feel? How does that feel, Bones? We need to hype this theory up. I feel like we need to publicize this theory a little more.
Problem is that you post this on the you post this on Reddit, right?
Yeah.
And when people see it's like 50 pages long, no one's gonna read it.
Isn't Boz's theory like 50 pages long?
No, it's like 35 or something, or it
Oh,
used to be, and then his
only
font is really
35.
big, so it's not actually that long.
Oh, okay. Only 35 pages. Have you read it?
I've read it, yeah.
I have not actually. The reason I haven't read the only reason I haven't read Boz the Theory is we should have a Boz the Theory week at some point too. But it's literally just because I feel like it's like I put like a 50% chance of it happening. So I'm like, I don't like need to read it because I'm already prepared to believe it, you know? And then
50% is like default for anything.
well, I guess so. But like I just wouldn't be surprised at all if like any of that was true, you know?
I mean, RTS has a point. Like, imagine you tell someone, I have this thing called Tower of Answers. It just sounds so pretentious. Like, who does this guy think he is? He has the answers?
I don't think it's that bad. I feel like naming the theory after yourself, that's kind of pretentious. I don't know. I feel like it's not as bad as like Bones theory. I don't know. I think Tower of Answers is okay. I guess he named himself after his theory. Yeah. Tower of Mangoes. Tower of Mangoes could work. I don't know. I was actually really surprised reading this that there's not a lot of Hua Yun in this. I thought Hua Yun would have like a much larger presence in this theory.
I can imagine your disappointment if I could say that, when you didn't see much Hua Yun. But honestly, I don't think she is.
Yeah.
She is not one of the massive, big, important people who.
Fair. She's more of like a conduit for that.
Yeah. So who are trying to accomplish what I'm trying to show in this theory that is happening, basically.
Yeah.
Because essentially, if I were to just in one sentence, I guess, describe what this theory is trying to show, is that all the events in Tower of God, all this fate that they keep talking about, is actually being manufactured by people. They are making it happen. It wouldn't happen without them actually doing anything. So I think this whole prophecy thing is true in a way, but it's also not really real. And I think it can be ruled over, or it can be ignored at some point.
So would it be fair to say it's like more of a self-fulfilled prophecy?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. I definitely I definitely think that's like a really cool angle to look at it with. I think it's also something that not a lot of people really think about in depth. Like I think most people only think about that kind of fulfillment of the prophecy in the sense that like this wouldn't happen if Zahard didn't like antagonize Bomb and stuff and didn't, try to kill all his friends. But I really do like the spin that you put on it here with like for various reasons. It's like you do have all these really powerful players that are actively working to make it happen. That's just how. Oh, and I see where you're coming from too, Raj. Where you could just say.
I think the prophecy or this fate can be changed, regardless of what it says right now. I think it can be changed, but you could also argue then that it being changed was part of fate anyway, right? So you could go forever like this.
Maybe. I think the only kind of question that the only real place that I would like question something like that is when we get, and I guess to skip ahead a little bit to the end of this theory, when you talk about T'Peri and using the eyes of God to see fate, like how is that? How is T'Peri's insight being provided? Whose hand, or like who or what is handing that down to him? Is that the doing of the outside God or something?
So this is something that I kind of plan to cover in chapter 5
Ah,
eventually at
classic,
some point.
classic chapter 5. Yeah.
But I guess I can say something. So basically, I've talked about this a lot in the channel, right? Like in Raws and stuff.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to explain without me typing it because there's so many, like it's a complicated problem. But basically, I believe there are levels to fate. So you have the low level fate, which is fate of regulars, then you have the fate of irregulars, and then you have a fate of like axes and gods outside, right?
Mm.
And basically, I think that any one of these people on a higher tier can change the fate of the people below them. So irregulars can change the fate of regulars, axes can change the fate of irregulars, and gods can change the fate of axes, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And what I think happened is whoever wrote the story of Tower of God,
Mm.
that is a fate created by an axis or a god. I don't know who did that, but that fate is a story that has been created within the TuS universe, which means that if that story exists, okay, let me backtrack 1 second. So we know fate for regulars exist because guides can see it, right?
Yeah.
So how come guides can see fate of people, like of regulars? That means that fate has to be written somewhere, or like not physically written, but you know what I mean. Like
Yeah, like
it,
created, I
yeah.
guess.
So the fate exists on some level
Yeah.
somewhere. They are able to see it. So just like that, I believe that the fate of irregulars, which is the fate of the tower itself, I think that is already written somewhere. And just like guides can see the fate of regulars, I believe there is something which allowed someone to see the fate of irregulars. And I think that thing is the eyes of God. Because if you read my explanation of why I think that, it's extremely hyped up in the profile. Well, not extremely, but it is hyped up in a different way because what SIU did in the profile is he was talking about the opera and how great the opera is. He was hyping up the opera, saying, it has infinite Shinsu range.
Mm.
It can do
Yeah.
this, blah, blah, blah. And
Yeah.
then he goes and says, oh, by the way,
Perry's
there is
not
this
using
other
that.
thing, and he prefers to use this other thing, right?
Yeah.
And this is, and Eyes of God, as far as I remember from the blog post, whatever, that was named by the family heads or Tupiri himself. So for someone like a family head
Mm-hmm.
to call something the eye of God, there are not many things in the tower that are being called God for items at least. Because
Yeah.
you've got slayers as gods, you've got administrators as gods, irregulars as gods. It's all
Mm.
depending on the context and the point of view of who is speaking.
Mm.
But for a family head to say, well, I have this thing, I received the eyes of God from the heavens, to me and the fact that it says eyes, right,
Mm-hmm.
it implies he can see something that no one else can see.
Yeah.
And I think he's able to see the real fate of the tower, which is the same fate as you see on the murals on floor 1,
Mm.
and is possibly the same fate whoever wrote the Tower of God story wrote that same fate.
Mm. I see. I think I see the thought process there.
I
So
don't have any proof for this, but
yeah,
it's just it's
this
an
is
assumption because of how hyped it's been, how hyped up, or how SAU
yeah,
described it, and what it's actually called, right?
yeah. It's a very powerful sounding name, very omnipotent. I know you say in the beginning of chapter 3 that like this stuff is like headcanon territory. But I do think it's a really cool. I think it's a really cool idea that you built here, and I guess when do you have any ideas for how, or not how? Do you have any ideas for why Taperi like might be working to? Because I know you say Taperi is actually like working with like the boss and with Gustang in this theory to help promote this ultimate fate of the tower. Do you think that Taperi is or like why do you think Taperi like would choose to side with that, like to side with fate instead of like with Zahard for like overturning it or something like that.
Well, it really depends on what that fate actually is, right? Like, I don't know what that fate is.
Yeah.
I can only assume. So if, but the thing is, if this guy is the only person who can see the real fate of the tower, so he knows exactly what's going to happen,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of what they try to do, because irregulars cannot change the fate of irregulars.
Yeah.
So if he is seeing the fate of irregulars slash the tower, that means he can't change it. So now the question here is, what if they are trying to change it, possibly, or maybe they know it can't be changed,
Hmm.
and then they're trying to make it happen, right? Because potentially that fate is beneficial. I don't know. That's the problem.
Hmm.
And Raj, for your question, I do not think Tupiri is working with Jihad, and I do explain in the theory. It's not a very good explanation, but it's a reason why I don't think he is, or at least a few reasons in there. And one of them is that Tupiri is one of the most active family heads, and this is stated by SIU.
Hmm.
Secondly, he's the best light bearer in the tower, right? If Repelista can find anyone, then Tupiri can definitely find anyone. So how come he hasn't found Bam? And I know you can make arguments like that, SIU didn't think of it, like you can't just, it's plot armor, whatever. But if this guy was on the Empire's side, if he really truly was, he could find Bam in seconds, most likely.
Hmm.
And considering Opera has infinite Shinsu range, I assume he could even attack from infinite range, and he could just kill him from like floor 100, whatever. So I don't think he's actually on Zahard's side. And then there is also a lot of suspicion about the family itself, you know. It's been 11 years, and we haven't seen a single mention of that family in the entire webtoon.
Yeah.
And I think SIU is hiding that family because they will have a massive plot point in the future. It'll be very important.
Do you think that when you say that family itself is going to be a massive plot point, and yes, Raj, this is the Golden Sun OST. Do you think like do you think they all might have some kind of like side effect power or something from like the eyes of God? Because I know you talk about their eyes. I know you talk about Augustus's eyes. That might even be on this page. And then you speculate that Repelista is hiding her Augustus-like eyes as well under her bangs. First of all, I'm gonna level with you. I cannot see her having those eyes. I just think that would be like really fucking weird looking. I think narratively it's fine, but I just can't see her looking like that. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, the I think it's definitely like a cool idea. But then I'm thinking like if hiding that they're members of that family is a plot point, then like why would we need to hide all of them and not just a Perry? And I'll also say one other thing. I know you talk about Repelista maybe being the one that tells Yuri. I think on that front it might actually end up being like anyone that could tell Yuri about Bomb, especially because like the Eyes of God are probably it's possible that the Eyes of God could like be one of the only like objects that could see or sense Bomb entering the tower. Like nothing else is like implied to have anything close to that kind of power. And then Fizz, to answer your question real quick, we actually do have a whole section in Tower of Answers about that cave. So it's definitely worth reading the full explanation on.
I'll just say the first thing I say in there
Yeah.
is exactly I addressed that Q&A from SIU.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's...
So, sorry, because I noticed there were some questions or things in the chat. So yes, BAM might be necessary to overcome that fate, because BAM is the person that is in the prophecy, right? And if the prophecy is the true fate of the tower, then maybe they need to change the prophecy, which is, I think, is going to happen eventually. Or maybe they just want it to happen. Like, there's so many different possibilities here, right? So I can't really answer it, but I do think, obviously, Bam is going to play a major role because he's the main character. And this whole thing is about fate and changing fate, right? So I think Bam is going to change the prophecy at some point, or towards the end, really. Although I can also see another possibility where he does not change the fate, but it's still a good ending. But that's something I don't want to really say because I would need to explain a lot of things. So I would rather just leave that for chapter 5.
Yeah, I personally believe that Bomb is going to end up being a proponent of that ultimate fate of the tower that Arlene prophesied about. That's just my own headcanon. Because I think that lends more. I kind of think that lends more credence to the conflict between Bomb and Rachel that's been built up throughout the series. To have Bomb kind of stay on that side or develop a truer allegiance to that side.
So I personally think that the Bam devoured the tower thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not going to be as dramatic as people might think, personally. Because what I think is going to happen is I think Bam will find out that he's meant to do that.
Yeah.
And I think he will want to change that. But I think at the end he will himself realize that this entire tower is not a good place and he will devour it anyway.
You're speaking my language, Bones.
So I think it will be his conscious choice, not some prophesized thing.
Yeah.
He will do it because he wants to do it.
Yeah. I pretty much 100%. That's like exactly what my headcanon is. For how at least not really how Tower of God ends, but at least how like the final arc of it begins. I think that SIU does have a slight issue so far. My only concern with that is that, and I wouldn't say slight issue, I think it's a huge issue. I think SIU actually does a really, really shitty job of making it look like Bomb has agency. I think no matter how many times SIU has Bomb say that this is his conscious decision, I do not think... I think it's a really, really tough job to make a reader actually believe it at this point. It's the same thing that happened on the Floor of Death, where like Bomb hears the backstory and he's like, all right, I'm gonna go along with everything that you said, but only because I really believe in it. It's not because of a prophecy, I swear. And then I'm like, all right, yeah, you keep telling yourself that. But I definitely think that I definitely agree with you that I think Bomb is just going to realize that I think he's just gonna give up hope for like the tower, and then he'll just want to like leave it and kind of like use an opportunity to use devouring it as like an opportunity to like end people's suffering. And I personally don't even think that's like a bad direction for the story to go in. I'd actually be relatively excited about that. But my only other issue with that though is that I feel like and I don't know the nuance of this, but I feel like everyone's just gonna say, like, oh, he's Aaron Yeager or something, and then that just, kind of that cheapens all of it.
I don't think it will end like that. I mean, I personally, I do have an ending in mind.
I don't think he's gonna succeed in devouring it.
Like, I think I know how the series is going to end.
Oh,
because, I mean, obviously anyone can say that, right? But
yeah.
Based on how SIU is writing and his original idea for ToS, and I think at least how he's been changing the way he writes, I think I have an idea of how this series is going to end. And obviously I could be completely off mark, but it is something I think is very possible because it just makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it is something I want to say for chapter 5, the final chapter.
Sorry, are you just gonna blue ball me? You're not gonna tell me what it is?
Okay, if you really want me to, I will say it.
Let's go.
But then I can't really explain because there's too much to explain.
That's okay. It's okay. What's the general idea?
So, if you consider all the ToS stuff, and I know there is a lot of information there that we haven't talked about, and some people don't know. But essentially, what seems to be happening is you've got these people outside who are trying to create a god, right? Mm-hmm. And they have different reasons for why they want this to happen. And one of these guys wants it for a good reason. and the other one wants it for supposedly a bad reason.
Who is who in this? One of them is Oedipus, I assume.
Yes, and
Okay.
that's the good reason,
Okay.
because Oedipus is basically, or Oedipus, whatever, however you pronounce that,
Yeah.
they don't understand why they've got the power that they do, and they
Mm.
want to understand. So they just want answers. They want to create a god to give them answers.
Good thing we're reading the right document for that then.
Right. And the other guy supposedly wants to revive the guy that caused chaos within the universe. So that straight away screams at you that's something Bam would not want to do.
Mm.
Because Bam does not want any of this conflict. He just wants to live in peace, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have an idea of how SIU could create a bittersweet ending for Tower of God and finish all of the ToG stuff, basically. So what I think is going to happen eventually is, and there is a lot of stuff I think pointing towards this, is that, and this is, I have to mention something which some people do not like, is I believe all the people in the tower are not real. So they are created by someone outside the tower just for the purpose of populating the tower and creating challenges for the irregulars. So, and I mention this because this is important towards my ending. So, very strangely, you can see already some glimpses that, for example, Bam has souls of people inside him, right? And these souls are still conscious. They might not have an ego, and they might not have a consciousness really, because they were not really separate beings, but they still exist. There are souls in there. And remember that these souls were created by, or merged together by White. And White is not the ultimate spellcaster or whatever the hell, master of souls, right? So another thing you have is Arya was killed recently. But despite being killed, her soul has not left her body, which means it was not consumed. That means, and she was revived. So what I think SIU is trying to do here, and I think this kind of brings it towards the end of the series, is, remember another thing that was said about Enryu is that he can create life from Shinsu, right?
Yeah.
So I think the final four form allows someone to create life from Shinsu. That's its unique ability.
Wait, sorry, the what?
The Thorn.
Oh, the
fourth
thorn.
form.
Oh, okay.
So I think Bam will get that ability after Zahard, after he beats Zahard. And then at that point, Bam will realize, because I think a lot of people will die before Bam fights Zahard. I think Kun will die. I don't think Rak will die, but I think Kun will die and a lot of his friends will die. But where I'm going with this is that, as I was just explaining, Bam has all these souls inside him, and we know as long as we have a soul of someone, that person can be brought back to life. Because the soul is the important bit. So where I'm going with this is that Bam is going to collect all the souls.
you're gonna say.
Bam is going to collect all the souls of all the people who died inside of him, and when he devours the tower, he will devour everyone, literally everyone, all the souls, everyone inside the tower. Then he will, quote, devour the tower, race to the top,
I'm dreading this. I'm dreading
do his Axis / God explosion awakening, whatever the hell you want to call it. He will become a god. Then he will go to the outside, and the people who created the towers will be like, well, we want our answers, and the other faction will be like, well, we want our fighter, or whatever, right? He will just kill them all. He will like, you people created all this
I
misery.
thought you said it was bittersweet.
It is, hold on. So he's gonna kill all these people outside who created this entire project and it made his life a misery. And then, and this is the bittersweet ending, he will fly towards the stars, into the galaxy, into space, and find a place in the universe under millions of stars, and he will create his own world in there because he's a god at this point. And within that world, he will bring all the souls back from inside of him, and he will revive everyone. And then you're gonna have Rachel with stars above her because the entire sky is a galaxy, Milky Way, whatever. So it's a bittersweet ending because you find out all these people were not real, but they're all brought back and they're all alive, and it's kind of a good ending for them because Bam is so powerful, no one's ever gonna come and bother them again, and they can live forever in happiness. And I think this is what SIU is going to do. I know it sounds cringe to some people, but I think this is where he's going to go. So it's not necessarily Axis. So I originally did not believe or did not know that gods are real within the ToG universe. I thought gods were just, there is one single god who created everything. But actually, Jason showed me from some old Portuguese or whatever forums, when they still had info from things like Carnival, that there actually are gods within the ToS universe, and they live in their god kingdoms. So I think they created god kingdoms in which they live, which is kind of what Bam would do, right? He would create his own god kingdom that no one can enter.
Yeah.
And basically everyone would live happy in there. So this is the quote good ending, I think.
All right. That was of a much that's a much wider scope that I had ever imagined for ToG. I love the idea of that. I should say I love the fact that we can think of something like that. I don't know if I personally don't know if I think Tower of God it really has the capacity to go that far beyond the tower itself.
It wouldn't be many chapters. I think it would be like
Yeah, it
5
wouldn't have
chapters
to.
tops after the ToG ended basically.
I could see it kind of like that. Yeah, no, that's a really cool thought. I think it would actually be really cool to see. I think we will get some reveals about what's beyond the tower. I don't know if it's gonna be like that, but I agree with Raj where I think it's something SIU is definitely capable of writing. I also don't know if I would love that. I wouldn't really dislike that though. I don't think I'd be mad if something like that happened.
Do you remember that?
I thought what you were gonna say. So let me just get this thought out first. I was dreading you saying that at the end, Bomb would use all the souls inside of him to revive Kun. Because you said that Kun was gonna die.
Oh right.
And I mean, if he's brought back with everyone, great.
Yeah, I think the same will happen to Rachel. Rachel will be killed. She will be devoured. Everyone will be. And then he brings them back. Do you remember that sorry, it was a dream Rachel had back in season 1.
Yeah.
When she sees Bam and all his friends, and then there's they are just in a area of nothingness with lots of stars in the sky. I kind of envisioned that being the final. But this time around, Rachel is together with them.
That's kind of wild. That's actually that would be really cool foreshadowing, to be honest. I like that. Oh, that does remind me. If we go back to chapter 1, so I don't have a lot to say about chapter 1 here, mostly because I think it's all completely correct. And I just want to say I think this is probably the best Rachel analysis that I've read. This is for anyone who knows anything about chapter 1 here. It's just a very detailed Rachel analysis explaining her motivations and her knowledge about Bomb, and then leads into some history with her and Bomb in the cave. But I really enjoy the detail that you put into the Rachel analysis here and what we know about her, what she knows about Bomb, and then how she's manipulated by some people and also makes her own decisions to eventually betray Bomb and wants to take over insert herself in the prophecy. I think something that you said here that's really good, Bones, is that she's not necessarily against the prophecy. She's actually for the prophecy, but wants to make sure that she herself is the one that's fulfilling it rather than Bomb. I think it's a really good observation.
So interestingly, the reason I even wrote Tower of Answers is because of Rachel.
Wow.
So I remember I was having some, people were discussing Rachel quite often in the channels during hiatus.
Of course.
And there was always these people saying oh, Rachel doesn't want Bam to follow her, and then Rachel wants Bam to follow her. It doesn't make sense. SIU is a hack. He can't write. It makes no sense.
Well,
and I was like,
he's a hack independently of that.
I think there is a way all of this can make sense together. You just have to look at, analyze everything that's happened and actually look at what's going on.
Yeah.
And this is what I tried to do. This is I said at some point I'm going to write a Rachel analysis, and I did, and this is it. And then I thought, let's cover a bit more because I have more ideas of how this all ties to the bigger picture of Tower of God.
Hmm.
So it kind of stemmed from a Rachel discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense to develop things based off of Rachel too. Like, I think she's a really good starting point to jump into the rest of this from, because she is the one who has like all these secrets of what goes on outside the tower, and she has like history of Arlene under her, knowledge about Bomb and all that. So it's definitely like, I think thinking about her is at least one of the best places, if not the best place, to start speculation on the wider world in the future around here. At least better than like anyone like Bomb or Yuri or Wangnan or anything like that. But yeah, no, I think it's a great foundation.
She's definitely the key and the foundation, yes.
Yeah.
I'm kind of upset, well, not upset, but disappointed we're not getting much Rachel nowadays because, every time Rachel is on screen, in a way you're getting a bit more of the bigger picture, the story. Because she's either used in one way or another, and you can see what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Rachel's always guided by that larger purpose, so like anything, except for Hidden Floor, but anything she does is like just at least indicative of her goals, if not revealing any sense of history for her. Do you think that Rachel in the Hidden Floor actually? Well, let's I guess we kind of skipped to the aftermath in your Rachel analysis here. Do you think the Icarus stuff is kind of consistent with the? I know people have like discussed this in the past. Do you think her Icarus stuff is like consistent with her larger goals? Do you think that like ties into anything, or do you think that's more of just characterizing her as like a person independently of trying to see the stars, or do you think like the stuff she did as Icarus will relate to the larger picture?
I think it's quite interesting because Icarus basically gave Rachel a chance to see what it would be like to be on Team Bam. And because she helped him at some point, right, with the mouse.
Speaking my language, yeah.
So it was an interesting perspective, but unfortunately, I don't think SIU did that very well. He didn't delve that much into it.
Yeah.
And it all ended up with Rachel just wanted to be pretty and powerful in the end, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, her desire to be pretty and powerful, or not desire, but her complaint that she's ugly and weak kind of ties into why she wants to do all this in the first place, right? So in a way, it's all right, but I wish there was a bit more to it. That's why I don't even cover Hidden Floor for Rachel, because it doesn't really tie into the big picture of the story to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure, there is something for Rachel's character, but not much to the story itself, I think.
I noticed you admitted it, but I think the one thing it does add to your points here. I think it's at the end of chapter 1. Yeah, here to me, Rachel is more selfish than a bad person, and I think Hidden Floor actually kind of ties into that, where like despite really not giving a lot of us what we want, which was to kind of simulate that fresh start. It does show that just like even as she's trying to pursue these larger goals and do what's really important to her, to get the thorn so she can eventually be capable of gaining the power to climb the tower and see the stars. She's selfish enough to get bogged down by the little things and like get distracted by more immediate desires than that. I think that's like that's kind of that might be the point of the Icarus expedition, I'd say, in Hidden Floor. But I think it actually does tie into like your main conclusion on Rachel pretty well.
Conclusion, but that's how I feel about her.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I really like the chapter itself. Now I have a question on this the cave chapter. I remember when you and I were talking about it like the first time that I read it. I think the cave was the part that I took like. I think the cave was the part that I was most like against, and that's really that's more of just me. That's more of just me hating. I just hate the cave being part of the tower so much. It's completely believable, and I think it's much more probable than not at this point. I just hate it, so I want to argue against it. Um, but with this cave stuff, when I want to ask, did you always think that the cave was like a part of the tower? Like when did you develop that idea?
I don't actually remember. That
All
is
right,
a
yeah, no,
question I
it's
don't
been
know
a
how to
long
answer.
time.
I don't know if I because when I started reading Tower of God, I was reading it when it was not even. So I was reading it when it was like some random websites, and you had
Oh,
all the blog posts at the end of the chapters, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So when I was reading some of those chapters, and I saw that SIU actually said, the tower, the outside world, and the world above, or whatever, the place later in Van we're in,
yeah,
are not different worlds. That to me was always kind of suspicious, and I remember thinking back. It was years ago,
yeah.
back at the time, just
I
trying
remember. I
to
remember seeing that.
figure out what that means, but I never really got far with it. I
Mhm.
kind of left it. Um, how I came up with this later on, I honestly can't remember.
Yeah.
But I think I was thinking about it because it was probably something to do with me trying to figure out all the NPC theory stuff, right?
Mm.
And then my question would be, is Rachel an NPC? And I think maybe this is what led me to try and think of, is the cave actually inside the tower?
Yeah. So do you think that Rachel actually like is an NPC?
Yes, I think she is. Which
Massive.
means I think when she dies, Bam can take her soul and he can revive her.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't think
I
she's
see
a
what you
real
mean.
person.
Wow. I have like we've talked about it a couple times on stream. I think in that sense I have like a somewhat similar view. On that I have like a much less I have a much more moderate stance on that. Where I do think like, and this is actually this is part of my this is part of how I differentiate Rachel as well from these guys, because I actually don't think Rachel's like an NPC in that sense. I do believe that like all regulars are like made out of Shinsu. Um, I think they have agency beyond that, but
Oh yeah.
I just think they're like made of Shinsu.
I mean, I know I say not real humans, but just look how
Yeah.
real Rachel feels as a
Yeah,
character, right?
exactly. Like they're
There's all
all
these worries and
independently
things, yeah.
motivated, at least two
But
of them.
just because they're like, I say they're NPCs, I
Yeah.
don't mean they're like, completely dumb with no agency or whatever.
Yeah.
They do have their agency. They do have their own fate and everything.
Yeah.
They're just created for a single purpose, and that is to populate the tower, I think,
Mm. I
for the
think
irregulars.
something somebody said in response to that earlier. I think it was RT. I'd have to scroll up a lot to find it at this point. Um, but the thing about it was either RT or Fizz, I think. But they said like when you were talking about how like they were um, created like to make challenges for like the family heads as they were climbing and stuff. I think I mean I think we're probably talking about that in like a much broader sense as well. Um, and it's like even though a bunch of the regulars like did climb with them, I mean like, we do see if even if they were created as obstacles or something, or
They
challenges,
were
it
they
could
were
probably,
created and put there for the regulars,
yeah, probably
whatever the
more of a
whatever
point
the
of
job might
interaction.
be, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
interaction exactly. So some would be to fight them, some would be to help them, others would be to just be there to create an environment, which is the tower, that allows them to, keep climbing and growing and developing and eventually reach the top of the tower, whatever that means.
yeah. I do hope if SIU ever really elucidates that plot point. I hope the explanation for it isn't going to be that like explicit. But if we did find out, I just think that my main basis for something like that literally just came from the fact that like if White can use the power of souls, and like almost all power in ToG like comes from Shinsu, then it's like to me like I just kind of connected the dots there and was like, okay, like what's the power of a soul anyway? Like the most
He's
likely
burning the
explanation to
souls,
me,
right?
yeah,
He's burning the souls to gain Shinsu power,
yeah,
which means souls in a way are tied to Shinsu in some way
exactly.
because
Like I was
he's
assuming,
gaining power.
yeah, Like I'm assuming that souls are just like another manifestation of Shinsu in this sense. But and then I also kind of wonder. My only like my the only thing that really like fucks me up when I think about that is like, what do you do about someone like Macheni or something like that? Like somebody like a great family member who's like the son of an irregular or the daughter of an irregular and a regular. That's like
So
that
this
that
is
makes it weird to me.
so this is another kind of worms that I don't know if
Yeah.
it's like a good thing to discuss because it sounds really weird and it could
Hmm.
sound really cringy. But I have some theories about that as well.
Oh yeah.
And just to make it extremely simple,
Yeah.
people like N or Bam, because they are children of two family heads,
Well, yeah, that would they'd be
they would
free from that.
yeah, so they would be real people,
Yeah.
despite being born inside the tower.
Yeah.
So they're not born irregulars because irregulars does not like a real person doesn't make an irregular
Hmm.
straight away.
Yeah.
And this is another thing I kind of want to say is that a lot of people seem to like disagree on what an irregular is
Mm.
because they think that because
It has
Shibusu
to
said
be
so, it
from like
has to be
somebody
this.
outside the tower or something.
So, because the thing is, if you logically think about this,
Yeah.
there is very little information from SIU himself.
Hmm.
There is information from characters within the series,
Yeah.
true, but people like Shibusu, they're just gonna know the stuff that everyone knows.
Yeah.
Everyone doesn't even know there were 12 family heads.
True.
Stuff that these people don't know everything.
Yeah.
It's what they think they know, and you know there is information out that they definitely are not aware of.
Yeah.
And just looking at what SIU himself has said,
Hmm.
he hasn't really said much about the irregulars, but he did say what a regular is and then what an irregular is by saying it's the opposite of regulars,
Mm.
basically. So he said that regulars are people who have been chosen by Hedon or Hedon
Yeah.
um, to enter the inner tower and climb
Uh,
the tower.
yeah.
So basically, if you are climbing the tower, so if you have entered to climb the tower, but you have not been chosen by Hedon, by definition given by SIU, you're an irregular. So nowhere in any explanation or description does it say an irregular has to be from outside of the tower.
Yeah.
But because the only way to get inside the tower from outside is if you open the door, that
Yeah.
automatically makes you an irregular. So anyone who comes from outside is automatically an irregular.
Mm.
I think this is why people confuse it. But by definition given by SIU, that it does not even mention outside. It just says, if you are picked by Hedon, you are a regular. If you are not picked by Hedon and are climbing the tower, basically, you are an irregular.
Mm.
So one big point I'm trying to make in chapter 2 is that, yes, you could enter the tower from inside the tower. And I know there are people who laugh at this and will just shit on this and just make jokes because it sounds ridiculous. But there is definitely a massive secret about the cave, and SIU said he will explain
Yeah,
it in
there
the
has to
future, and
be.
they're not different worlds. And I believe, like Caracas Place, as an example, Caracas Heart,
Mm.
it's a special place inside the tower, it's a dimension.
Mm.
No one can get in except family heads and administrators. So, would you say that place is still part of the tower? It's inside the tower,
Yeah,
sure.
definitely.
But is it part of the tower? No one can go in there. It's not really part of the tower in that sense. So I think the cave is something very similar.
Mm.
It's either a completely different dimension that nobody can access except special people like Arlene and administrators, or it's an area of the tower that used to be in use. It used to be part of the tower. People actually used it to climb,
Mm.
but they don't anymore and because they don't, that place has been removed from the tower.
Mm.
And spoilers, yes, this is floor 1 that I explain in this
Yeah.
document.
Yeah. I think I mean, it also makes a little more sense as to why, like other regulars start on floor 2 as well. And I mean, I agree with you either way that like you literally just have to like not be picked by Hedon, and that makes you an irregular. Um, I think something else is that like I think what differentiates. It actually no. I'm gonna hold my tongue here, because I have to remember, what happened with like Elaine. Um, but I know when like when Bomb and Rachel like enter the tower. Like there is that door. I think, and remind me, I might have to look up this chapter again. But does Hedon like appear in front of a door? Um,
There is a panel in Elaine's flashback
yeah, I'm thinking about that one.
where he's standing in front of a door and
Okay.
inviting Elaine in.
Yeah, because I
Actually,
was gonna say
that's not Elaine's flashback. That's her the blonde girl, whatever her name was.
Alphine.
Alphine's, yeah, Alphine's flashback. I think that is
No, but I want to
maybe.
say no. There's because I no, but I totally remember one with like little Elaine. Like little Elaine is standing in
I
front
mean,
of
yes,
Hedon.
Elaine is in that flashback, but
Yeah.
I think Alphine is telling it.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
I could be wrong.
no. You are right. It is Alphine that's talking about that. Um. But yeah, I think all you would need to do to be an irregular is just to open the door yourself rather than have like Hedon appear with it.
So, because there is
Yeah.
other thing with people think like there is a physical door and you can open it
Yeah.
if you're an irregular. I don't think that's true. I don't think there's a physical door. You can create a gateway
Yeah.
to the tower which manifests as a door if you are special enough.
Yeah. Now here's a fun question. So, what if Shibizu was climbing the tower, and while he's climbing the tower, somehow he opens the door himself? Does he go back to floor 1, and then does he have to like restart the climb, or as an irregular? Or since he already cleared the tests, can he like climb back up to the floor that he was at and resume taking the tests?
I would say he doesn't have to climb again because and because we have White. So White climbed the tower, and now he's lost his power. He came back. He's not really the same entity, or when he was Hawking, whatever, and he was still able to go up.
Hmm.
I mean, technically, you could say he's a ranker, but at the same time, he's not really. No one really knows what he is. He's really
Yeah,
vague.
they had. I think the explanation with him is pretty vague. That's true. I wonder if he had, like had to take tests and stuff, but like we just like didn't see him or like do it or something like that. But yeah, that's true. That whole entity stuff is like really weird. There's also all that stuff where like they take Beta along as like an item, even though he's like since he's from the workshop, even though he's not supposed to be climbing the tower anyway. They have to like take him in Coon's lighthouse.
Yeah, so Beta is definitely not a regular. He
Yeah,
said he wasn't, as far as I remember.
yeah, and
But he is climbing the
yeah.
tower, and I think the only reason he's allowed to is because he's an item as
Mm,
well.
yeah.
If he wasn't, I wouldn't call him an irregular because he hasn't opened the door, but he's still climbing without being a regular. That would be really weird. I don't even know what you would
So
call
he's
that.
he's really an irregular regular. So you know how like Rachel's an irregular irregular
Yeah.
is that's how they describe it. So Beta's like an irregular regular.
If he wasn't an
Kind of
item.
wild. If he
Yeah.
wasn't an item, well, I feel like being an item makes you an irregular regular.
In,
Like you're
yeah,
just not a
probably.
regular, you know.
But then
Well, then I
interestingly,
guess
it
Bomb isn't a regular because he's a regular in the tower, but he's an irregular.
so a question here is because Beta is similar to Kasano, right?
Yeah.
And Horian.
Yeah.
So do you think Horian and Kasano are the same? Like
Mm,
the thing is, they have been chosen as regulars, so it's slightly different.
yeah.
But,
Yeah.
but
That's the
technically,
difference.
they could have climbed the tower without because Beta's doing it.
I'm thinking you're right on that one actually. I think they could have. I think they could have, and they just weren't. They just weren't freed the same way that Beta was. Yeah, yeah. Tower's crazy. I actually really like that the when we hear stuff from like Uriah, that like the workshop is actually like trying to find ways to defy the rules of the tower. I know it creates a ton of these like weird ass situations that like we can't comprehend, but I really like that SIU's like put in the world design. There are people that are like questioning the rules and like trying to find ways to break them, and we get these ambiguous situations where they have been able to some extent. I think that's pretty awesome.
I thought that was really interesting,
Yeah,
and it came straight after hiatus as well. It was so hype.
yeah,
We got so many chapters when it was released, and then we got all that like workshop info as well. It was really cool.
yeah. What do you think? Because you talk a little bit about in this cave chapter the outside world. So what is your like vision of the like real floor one or like the outside world where Rachel grew up is what I'm trying to say.
So basically, what I'm trying to get at with this chapter is
Mm-hmm.
that just as any other floor, the place Rachel was born
Mm-hmm.
used to be like that. But because Jahad finished the climb and the age of climbing began.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, in the fear, I try to explain that when the family heads were still climbing the tower,
Mm-hmm.
there must have been some kind of a regular system at the time. It could have been called something completely different, but there was something along the lines of a regular system.
And that's the
Because you
way
have
that like people like Quadrado climbed with
exactly
yeah,
because look, you have Laslik
and
who was
Lustlike,
born on
yeah.
like floor 70 or 80, right?
Yeah.
And Laslik was climbing with the great warriors. So do you expect him to, after having climbed the tower and they stopped, for him to go back to floor 2 and start again? Because he never climbed the first 70 floors. It just doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
So there must have been some kind of a different system at the time. And I think when Jihad became king and he stopped climbing, I think he stopped or he created a new system which introduced rankers. And
Yeah.
this is when Age of Climbing began. And people started climbing. And at that time, because everyone was allowed to start climbing from any floor ever, he then got a new job for himself. He became the errand boy who brought all the people inside the tower.
Mm.
And because his full-time job was that, he didn't he just removed his entire floor from the tower and everyone started climbing at floor 2.
Yeah.
Because you would ask yourself, if no one can enter floor 1 except irregulars, right?
Yeah.
Why is it floor 1 and not floor 0 or something else? I think it literally used to be a real floor.
Mm.
And then you had things like the Jihad symbol in the cave that could support this. Because if the cave was part of the tower at the time, it makes sense for Jihad symbol to be there. And along the other things that I explain in there.
Mm.
Um, so, sorry, I kind of forgot. What was the question? Because I was going with this somewhere.
What do you think? What do you think the place Rachel grew up was actually like? That was
Right. So
just.
yeah, so I think originally that place was like any other floor,
Mm-hmm.
but when Hedon removed it from the tower, just like on the floor of death where the administrator is gone, right?
Yeah.
What you could see when the train was approaching hidden floor, sorry, floor of death, all the lights on the train were disappearing.
Yeah.
If you actually look at the floor of death, if you try to look at the sky, I don't think there is a single panel of 5 stars in the sky
Oh
that we
yeah.
see so often anywhere.
You
So
might be right.
essentially, that place is dark.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is quality or what, but if you actually zoom in on the sky of the hidden floor of the floor of death, I think you can see like the panels that build up the tower. And I don't think there is any light because the light is gone because the administrator is gone. I think the administrators are creating all these lights and this environment and the light
Oh yeah. No, they definitely
and
are.
day system. So without the administrator, it's a world of darkness.
Yeah.
So I think floor 1 is quite similar. That's why
Oh
Rachel
wow.
said it's a world of darkness. It has no like stars or anything because Eden is not an active administrator of that floor. That floor is no longer in use for the tower itself. It's only in use for Hedon and his irregulars.
Mm.
And the floor has like the starting point of the tower has been moved to floor 2. And this is why I think the cave is on floor 1 because 1, it's a place without Jihad's influence. 2, it's a place without an administrator's um, influence or presence, and it's kind of sounds like the place that Arlene described.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking through the floor of death stuff now to corroborate this. Now I kind of see what you mean. It's like
So before they jumped into the water, you will see there are some panels of the sky, and you can also
yeah.
see it. I think when Yuji comes and like Urek speaks with him and stuff,
Oh
and
yeah.
you can never see this. And obviously all this stuff in here is going to be underneath the ground
Yeah.
or under the corpse, so you can't actually see the sky.
Yeah. It's yeah. I'm trying to see if once they actually like step out, like what we can see. It's kind of a lot of really just a lot of like dark blue sky, just kind of illuminated. Um, illuminated by the lighthouses. It's really just a big empty space.
Mm.
And then, I mean, when there's stuff like this panel here, I could I could maybe see if these were. I mean, I think this is just like clouds and dust and stuff, but I could see if like something like this was like a wall of the tower or something. But I really like what you're saying here. Like without the administrator's guidance, like the illusion could kind of go away, and you're just like left with the actual like structure of the tower.
So this is something I was going to talk about in chapter 5
Yeah.
because it's not like a theory, really. It's just like an observation. Really.
Mhm.
You know when we see the bamboo guardian, the final guardian, or
Yeah.
the gatekeeper,
Yeah.
and there is that wall of pipes behind him,
Yeah. Yeah. I know that.
and
Yeah.
he's guarding the entrance to the south or whatever, to all these cities, right?
Yeah. I think
I
so.
think that those pipes is exactly what a wall of the tower looks like in some places. But because the illusion is gone,
Mm.
you see those pipes.
Oh wow.
Because the tower is built by someone, right? It's not like,
Yeah. Or if
I
someone or
don't know.
something. Yeah. It was either built or created by someone.
Yeah,
Somehow.
but
Yeah.
I think the workshop built it. But in any case, you have all these pipes there that just look out of place and are never explained. And I don't think those pipes are the tunnels that Heljo was supposedly digging, to provide Shinsu and stuff. Those were different.
I feel
The
like you.
pipes themselves are different.
I feel like you just mentioned in passing that you think the workshop created the tower, but I think we need to. I think we need to fill that one out a little bit. Explain to me a little the reasoning behind that.
I mean, there is not much to really explain in there. We know that Maxif has been in the tower
Yeah.
before the Great Warriors, right?
Yeah.
So, and we know workshop exists on the outside.
Hmm.
And we also know, at least I suspect that this is true. According to SIU, there is a blog post saying
Hmm.
that nobody can leave the tower. So
That is what they say.
that is what they say.
Yeah.
And I will exclude a person like Fantaminum because he's an Axis.
Yeah.
Like a normal person supposedly cannot leave the
Do you
tower.
think Enryu was able to leave, or do you think he's still in the tower?
I think he's still inside the tower.
I would assume so myself.
Um, so, well, SIU did say he would show up in the future a few times,
Hmm.
but, he could always enter a few times
Hmm.
and then just leave. But I do think he's inside.
I can definitely see where you're going with like the tower being a workshop creation somehow. I feel like the most common thought is that it's an Axis creation, but
Nah, so, I mean, when you say an Axis creation, I can agree in a way that they are the backer of the project,
ah,
sure. But I don't think they physically created the tower. Maybe they created the structure, like the rocky structure itself.
hmm,
But I think all the walls, because SIU stated that every single inner tower of each floor is completely physically separated. And there are panels in like workshop battle
hmm.
or just before workshop battle, and when like Team Sweet and Sour has a
Oh, they
test,
have
and
like the
then
ship and it like comes
yeah,
in.
you have the
Yeah,
ship, and then you can see the walls opening up, and you can even see the sky has like lines that show you this is blocks,
yeah.
and I think that is basically one of the walls of the inner tower.
Hmm.
So I'm not sure if they're on the inner tower or the outer tower, sorry, the middle tower part, but they're traveling between.
Yeah.
And you've also seen when people were arriving at the workshop battle, like all these spectators, right?
Yeah.
They were being kind of like they were coming out of like a gateway or something, but in the middle of the sky. So, and then when you see panels like, Kun's ship going inside, like an entrance opening up in the wall of the tower,
Hmm.
there is darkness inside. The ship goes in. You can see a panel of them sleeping inside, or like resting because it's a long journey.
Yeah.
And then they emerge on the other side, and they're on a completely different floor.
Yeah.
So, the way I imagine this works is you have the outer tower,
Hmm.
the middle tower, but they're not physically separated. I think it's just like, oh, here's the middle tower, here's the, outer tower. But then the inner tower itself, I think, has a wall built around it
Hmm.
because no one is supposed to enter this except for regulars or people who are allowed to come in, right?
Hmm.
And and I think that wall has a tunnel inside of it. So if you imagine like a circular wall around the like in to imagine this easily, this is like
Like
Attack on
a,
Titan, right?
do you mean
You
like a
have a
valve
wall.
or something?
No, so
Okay.
a kind of like a pipe, kind of like a pipe, yeah. So you know you have how you have walls in Attack on Titan, right?
Yes.
The
Yeah.
three walls. So basically, imagine two of those walls.
Mhm.
The very inside of three walls is going to be the inner tower, and between the first and second wall. So first is on the very outside.
Yeah.
So between the first and the second wall, that is the middle tower. Between second and third wall is going to be an empty space, I will call it for now.
Mm.
And then inside the third tower is the inner tower. So this empty space I was talking about, I think it's basically a vent, a massive vent, an empty space in which ships travel up and down the tower.
Wow.
And but the interesting thing is, and this comes back to why I think Workshop built the tower, right?
Yeah.
Is how do these vents even exist? Because the inner tower is a concept that I think only exists because Jahad created the system.
Mm.
There were no regulars and rankers in the past.
Mm.
So I think what happened was when the system was created, Jahad, as a part of contract with the administrators, he created those inner towers. I don't think inner tower existed from the very start. I think it was created afterwards.
Mm.
So I think the workshop was tasked with creating these walls, and they created the tunnels through which people travel. And I think this is how people travel throughout the tower. You can remember when Lyra Rowe was trying to get to the floor 77. It took
Yeah.
him multiple years because like he doesn't really have the means. Like sure, he's a ranker, but he still has to travel. How does he travel?
Yeah. I mean, even
You think
Yuri
he?
took a while.
Yeah, but Yuri took a while, but she was quicker because she
Yeah.
went to Repelista's floor, um, which was on like floor 100 or something.
Yeah.
Then she went somewhere else. Then she went again to Repelista's floor later. So she was traveling quite quickly, and she's a princess.
Yeah.
So I suspect that all these tunnels, the higher privilege you have, like the more and faster you can travel. Otherwise, you have to wait. That's why Lyra took multiple years to get that floor to that floor, right?
Yeah.
Because if they could just teleport from floor 2 to 77, he wouldn't have taken 5 or whatever years to get there.
Yeah.
So I think they fly through these tunnels. And I think basically these tunnels have been built by the workshop because who else? Like this is what the workshop is for, right? They create all
Yeah.
the technology, all the ships and everything for the tower. So this is another reason why I think the workshop created the tower.
Yeah. I can definitely see something happening like that. I wonder if part of what I wonder though in that case is like I can definitely see them like being around for its inception. And like Mcseth maybe coming in like around its inception because that would make sense as to like how he's older and how it exists like both outside and inside. I wonder if he I wonder if it is possible for like Mcseth or some whatever highest body there is of the workshop to communicate with like its branches outside the tower somehow, or if they're just like completely isolated. Um,
So
that'd be
personally,
interesting.
I don't really I did think of this and
Hmm.
I could never really decide, but my stance is that Arlene never left the tower, right?
Yeah,
And that she went to floor 1.
yeah.
But
Oh,
we
I had a question
clearly
about that
know that
actually.
Arlene has, in one way or another, she has
She
made a
contacted
contract
the
with,
outside god.
she contacted the outside
Yeah.
god. So there is multiple options here, right? It's possible that whoever they created the tower, they can see within the tower because they created it.
Hmm.
So like, when I create a computer program, I can monitor it.
Yeah.
Um, so it's very possible that people on the outside can see inside. Maybe not everyone, but some influential slash important people
Yeah.
who are relevant to the project. Um, at the same time, you could argue, yes, maybe Maxif has contact with people outside, and that is also possible because if there's workshop outside and inside, and he was placed specifically to help irregulars climb the tower. He creates weapons for them, he creates ships, all this stuff for them, God of Guardians, and all this other crap.
Yeah.
Then it makes sense that there is communication with the outside. But at the same time, like, it's still possible they can't really see anything.
Mm.
And things like Arlene contacting the outside god, well, we don't really know what that god is. It could be an axis, it could be a real god. And we don't know how these systems work within the TUS universe. It's possible that what SIU actually means by her contacting the outside god is literally she prayed like we pray to our god, right?
Yeah.
And that god could have heard her. So there might not have even been a two-way communication. She could have just prayed saying, well, I will sacrifice this through some spell or whatever. Can you give me that power or whatever? Can you revive my child?
Do you think that the outside god is a like an axis or like a super axis? Like, or I mean, like, what level do you think the outside god that Arlene would have contacted is at?
I think there are really only really two options here, honestly.
Yeah.
I think the option one is Oedipus. I mean, it makes the most sense because the theory is that if all these people have been created by someone,
Yeah.
and all these administrators and everyone, it makes sense it's Oedipus because she is the king of artificial creation.
Yeah.
It's literally in the
I see
name,
where you're
right?
going. Yeah.
So if she created all these admins and everything, and all these fake souls that create people, right? You could argue that Arlene knew that because all these people came from outside. They probably know what the tower is for and how it works.
Yeah.
And she thought that if there is an axis that can create all these lives here, maybe they could revive her child. And we have been told that what came back is not really the child, right?
Yeah.
So you could argue that the BAM we see now is a fake creation. And it's not the real BAM.
Yeah, I mean, I assume I feel like that's like the common
Yeah.
viewpoint at this point, because like
But there's an interesting thing which I would like to show you, which I don't know if many people ever really thought about or noticed. If you go back to the actually it's in this chapter. If you scroll down, luckily on this chapter, when he jumps into the water. Sorry, it's the next chapter then.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's saying like it feels like I've been here before. Is it that?
No.
Okay.
No, I'll show you.
Okay.
Something even cooler.
I'm getting excited.
You might be remembering now.
I'm getting excited. I'm not remembering.
When he jumps in the water.
Swarm and oh, when he jumps in. Okay.
Keep going. It's almost there.
Wait, am I scrolling up or down?
Down. You're almost there. Keep going. There. You see this? Do you see that light?
Oh, that, yeah.
Oh, I think my stream is like super behind. I'm gonna reset.
Okay. The light, like just the actual like big light.
Yes, this light.
Yeah.
So that light is something that attracted Bam, and suspiciously looks like a soul.
Oh.
And one thing I want to say
Kinda
is
does.
if you actually try and describe or list every single time Bam has lost consciousness in this entire webtoon, you will find that he lost consciousness on floor 1 when he got teleported after he ignited Black March.
Yeah.
Because he woke up on floor 2 like after he lost consciousness. So he either got knocked out by Hidden, or he just used up so much power igniting the weapon that he just blacked out.
Yeah.
Second time was when the red light was inserted inside Bam, back in the wine glass on floor 2. Another time was when he overused the thorn and Rachel pushed him again. But that was more of a shock plus, overexertion.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the rest of the times. Are probably like a bit sooner. But basically, every time that Bam loses consciousness is when some ridiculous amount of power enters him, or he overexerts himself. So what I'm trying to get at here is that another time Bam loses consciousness is very suspiciously after he sees this light, which we never see again.
Does he lose consciousness here?
Yes, so look, Bam is chasing this light.
Yeah.
Hockney notices that Bam is going somewhere.
Yeah.
And then they get swept up by the whirlwind, right? Not whirlwind, but the whirlpool. So why does Bam lose consciousness in the whirlpool
Wait,
when
does
people
he?
like Agero doesn't?
His eyes look open.
No, no, no. You will see. The next time you see Bam, he's unconscious.
Let me see. You might be right, but let me see.
It's at the end of the chapter when Hockney finds him.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess. Okay, yeah, I
And
guess.
Bam only wakes up when they get to the Guardian, the Bamboo Guardian.
Hmm.
So he's been knocked out for a long time. And you know, all these other regulars have been just swept up by the same whirlpool, and nothing happened to them.
Hmm.
Yet Bam is unconscious like hell. Like look, all these sounds and everything. He's just
Yeah.
lying there like a dead log.
Yeah.
So, and he was just talking about the fact that it feels familiar, like he's been here before.
Mhm.
So I think what actually could have happened is when Bam was killed on this floor by Zahard,
Mhm.
um, his soul was still left on this floor, and I think that soul was his real soul.
Bruh, that's pretty wild.
So,
That's a
so
big
when
ups.
he
That's a big.
so
That's a big one.
that is a big one. So when he was revived by the outside god, whatever was put inside Bam was not the real Bam because it was some being created by the outside god.
Yeah.
But when Bam came to the floor of death and he retrieved his soul back, I think current Bam is now back to his original real being. I think there might be two of them. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point he saw himself like inside the inner world. I was even theorizing at some point that the only reason Data VO is even able to exist within BAM is because that is BAM's real soul, and he just took that form.
Interesting. That would. I feel like I definitely see how that would make Data Viol being within him a more seem more realistic. Um, which so which one do you think is which one do you think it has control of the body?
So BAM's character hasn't really changed, has it? But if you think about it, BAM was murdered as a child.
Yeah.
So even if his soul carries
Mm-hmm.
those memories were of infancy. So he doesn't have any character or personality,
Oh, I see what you
which
mean. Yeah.
means anything you see of Bam right now after he, was reborn,
Yeah.
that is his true personality. So
Is this a
even if he
chapter
gets his
five
soul
thing?
back, yes. So even if he gets his soul back, oh, it's chapter four. Even if he gets his soul back, I don't think his character would have changed
Huh.
or personality would have changed. So I think
That's
he has
fair.
his power back. And another thing I want to say, and this is quite suspicious,
Mm-hmm.
is notice how before this arc we had Name Hunt Station, right?
Yeah.
And during Name Hunt Station, Bam was bitten by Fenrir,
Yeah.
and Fenrir has a spell on his teeth which makes you that you can't heal the wound, you keep bleeding.
Oh, I think I see where you're going with
So
this.
Bam was not immune to spells
Yeah.
before he came to Floor of Death.
Yeah, he wasn't immune.
Now,
Now he
the
is.
only exception to this is when Bam is inside the Rice Pot again with God of Guardians,
Yeah.
and God of Guardians notices that Bam broke the spell. But my argument here is, because this is the only exception, and I think it makes sense, is that the reason that spell broke is not because Bam broke the spell as a spellbreaker. It's because of what the Frissa told to him, and Bam was really pissed. He didn't want to hear it, and he just escaped. So his force of will broke the spell rather than his spell breaking the spell.
Hmm.
Because you'll notice after he came to the floor of death, this is when he starts breaking spells. His Shinwon Ryu killed one of the immortal people, and yes, you could argue Shinwon Ryu has the
Spell breaking property
spell
or
breaking
something.
capability,
Yeah.
but there is not much proof to that because White has been hit by lots of Shinwon Ryu and he's been fine, but you could also say that's plot armor, whatever.
Mm.
Basically, I suspect that it is theoretically possible because it kind of aligns timeline wise.
Yeah.
That we have this suspicious soul that Bam can see and Hockney doesn't see. Bam loses consciousness, and then suddenly Bam is breaking spells.
Mm.
So if that was his real soul, which is obviously the son of V and Arlene, who is the spellmaster, it could explain how Bam is suddenly breaking all these spells, right? Because he
Yeah.
got his original soul back. The original child of V and Arlene.
I think a couple of questions I would have are that I think the first thing is that do you think then, I mean, do you think that like an irregular soul is still like a tangible object, such as a regular soul might be, that can be like
Yeah.
burned for Shinsu power. Interesting. I would have assumed that an irregular or I'll be so bold as to say true soul um, would I kind of assumed it would not be tangible in the same way. I figured it wouldn't be like laying around. Um,
So
but
I,
yeah, I definitely see where you're going with
so
that. There's also like no other there's really no explanation for what that thing could be anyway, so it's as feasible as any.
it's
Um,
just how suspicious is it that Bam loses consciousness and no one else does after he meets that light?
well, did anyone else meet the light though?
No, like no one even saw it.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
Bam can
Nobody
see
else even
souls,
saw
right?
the light. Yeah, that's fair. I wonder why. I wonder why SIU would have. I kind of wonder why SIU would have put that there
And
in
another
this
thing is,
case.
and this is really suspicious, if you scroll down, you will see that Hockney actually took his own soul out
Yeah,
into his hand.
it
How
does
the
look
hell
a
is
little
Hockney able
bit.
to do this? How, like, no one can interact with souls except for White because of spells.
Wait,
But
is that
Hockney is
his?
doing it.
Wait, is that his soul?
Yeah, because he's talking about, like, look, he's having.
Wait, how does he even have a soul? I thought his
Yeah,
soul was
because.
in his painting.
No, no, no. So, yeah, this is suspicious because when Hockney gets to the Guardian, you can see the fish takes his soul out, which means he does have a soul. But at the same time, he says his soul is back in the painting, right?
Yeah.
But this is another theory I have, which is I don't even know how to explain
So
it.
is this soul stealer Hockney theory?
No, no, no. That Hockney is actually Enryu.
All right, we're getting we're,
But
we're
I
getting
don't
into
think
some
he's.
wild territory
But
now,
I don't
boys.
think he's consciously Enryu.
I'm
I
gonna
think
be
Enryu
honest.
is asleep inside of him.
Not that I think it's completely impossible, but I am saying that if that's true, I would be mad. I would just be angry if Hockney was
Really?
Enryu.
Like I said, I don't mean he himself is Enryu. It's just Enryu is asleep inside him.
Yeah.
Or potentially Hockney is like another person put on when Enryu is sleeping.
Well, I would still be angry with that. Why does he become a fisherman? I know they have. I guess I know they both have good fashion sense, but like,
There is a lot of like
ugh,
if you actually try to follow the entire Hockney story from the Floor of Death,
yeah.
there is a lot of stuff that just doesn't make any sense. And I don't know if this is just inability, like SIU's inability to actually write this guy,
I kind of assumed it was an ability.
or there is really something weird going on with Hockney. As an example, the fact that he can take his freaking soul out and that he has supposedly two souls because one is his painting.
Yeah.
So I think it's possible that if the painting gets um, recreated, like they all come together, maybe Enry's soul, which is in the painting, will come back to Hockney and he will be able to awaken every now and then, not consistently. And I think this is why SIU said Enry will show up in the future a few times, but not too often because he's too OP.
Pretty fair. Yeah, I mean that's definitely an interesting way to handle him if he was like locked inside of somebody. But then why would Enryu do that? Why would Enryu do that to begin with?
Well, first of all, Enryu, we don't know where his power comes from, right? It could be that most of his power came from the Thorn. And
Yeah.
now that he lost the Thorn, he could be killed. Who knows? Maybe not, maybe yes. There is a quote rumor that Hedon is looking for Enryu, right?
Ah.
So maybe he is
Yeah.
hiding from him. Who knows? But at the same time, we know Enryu does not have a Thorn right now because Bam has some pieces and the rest are missing, right?
Yeah.
And SIU still said that Enryu is too strong to appear,
Huh.
which proves to us that his power does not come solely from the Thorn.
All right. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, and I thought that I kind of thought that Enryu, well, since he had like the big like Shinsu rain kind of thing, um, that he would be or like that the thorn itself would be like some kind of part of that, as opposed to like the entire source of his power. But yeah, no, that's definitely a really interesting take on the Hockney situation. I think that would I think that would help give him like a larger sense of purpose, especially since the painting element seems to have been kind of forgotten about. But we do know that it has some kind of like it does relate to the mystery of the thorn somehow. That
He
would
says
definitely
a
be a
piece
more
of
interesting way to
he said
tie
a
it in.
piece of himself seems like it's missing
Hmm.
because it's in the painting, right?
Yeah.
So if that piece is literally Enryu's soul or Enryu himself, then that's the reason Enryu hasn't been seen by anyone,
Yeah.
and how he would eventually come back.
Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of wild. I wonder how many arcs it would take for that to possibly get into focus again. Um, but man, yeah, no, because if he was able to like temporarily appear or something, then that would he would definitely make a major impact on things. And it would also make more sense for him to like go with Bomb based on that as well, even though he still has like the mission to like find his painting or something. The other big question I wanted to ask is why do you think not maybe why not really why do you think but like so if Arlene contacts the outside god um, and the outside god whether it's Oedipus or someone else takes like revives Bomb with some kind of like new soul or power source um, then do you think, or well, here's a question: do you think that like Bomb's soul is like, do you think that Bomb's like artificial soul, we'll say, is or is related to like the soul of like a dead administrator?
I see where you're going with this. Yeah. So it is definitely a possibility, but honestly, I think that the dead soul, sorry, the artificial soul is the sun.
Yeah.
I think the sun has been put there by the outside god,
Okay.
and I have a reason, a strong reason to believe this. Because, and this is bringing it back to TuS, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in TuS, there is an axis cannot be created. An axis can only randomly awaken. So any
Yeah.
person can awaken as an axis.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of TuS, there is a person, and it's implied that he was artificially triggered to become an axis.
Huh.
But because the explosion was too small, because basically the lore behind axis is the bigger the explosion
Oh yeah, the more
when
powerful
they
an
awaken, the
axis you
stronger
become.
they become, right?
Yeah.
So that person's explosion was really small,
Mm-hmm.
and because it was small, he was a weak axis. So it was
Yeah.
kind of a failed experiment. It's not the god they're looking for, right?
Yeah.
And now ask yourself, what does the freaking sun do the entire series? It
Right.
devours
Yeah.
everything. So what if the reason the outside god put the sun inside of Bam is because all this prophecy and the entire thing they created was so that every single thing inside the tower eventually gets absorbed by the sun, and
Yeah.
then the sun triggers the biggest explosion they've ever
Yeah.
seen,
Yeah, they're trying to
which, in
awaken.
my opinion, is going to shatter the physical tower after Bam devours every living being inside of it.
Yeah.
And that explosion will awaken him as this god. So, and it just the clues are there, right? You have the sun which devours everything, and in TuS there is a thing which requires an explosion. So what does a star do when it like or black hole when it like devours stuff? It just explodes and becomes a new star, I think, or something like that. So it's kind of similar to that. Everything will be devoured by the sun, and then the sun will explode.
Yeah,
I
like a
think.
supernova of sorts.
Yeah. Which,
I think
which
black
kind.
holes fizzle out actually.
So,
But
and
yeah,
because of this, I think it points towards the fact that not the fact, but it's an assumption that the sun was put in there by the outside god, and it's not actually Bam's native power.
yeah, yeah.
Because
I definitely, I think I agree with that.
because we saw recently when the souls were running away from the sun was devouring them, right?
Yeah,
In Bam versus White. And even the Frasers said that, eventually the sun will devour us as well.
yeah,
So they know it's coming. The sun eventually, it keeps growing. It's gonna devour everything.
yeah.
So, and then if
Do
you
you
ask me whether the administrator was used,
yeah,
this is something I don't agree with because there is no mention anywhere in the series or even shown or implied that administrators devour stuff. They don't, not really. And you have a Frissa, blue Frissa, who is part of an administrator, and you have a red Frissa, who is part of the administrator that died on floor. We know for a fact that this is the part of the administrator that died on the floor of death.
Yeah.
And if that son or whatever, Obama, was revived by using the soul of that same administrator, how come Red Frissa does not sense anything regarding its own freaking soul, right? Inside of BAM. It can
Yeah.
sense Blue Frissa, but it
That's
can't sense anything else.
that makes. Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Then, I think where I was really going with it, I just wanted to kind of see if we would rule in or rule out a potential explanation for this. Is Arlene allegedly wanted to escape the tower, right?
Yeah.
Why would the outside god, instead of having Arlene leave the tower, why would he send her and I guess her followers to what you believe to be the first floor, as opposed to actually sending her outside?
I don't think Arlene getting out has anything to do with the outside god.
You think she actually made it out herself?
Yes. Well, okay, so
No, I mean,
there
I
was
can
two
see
things
it, but
here.
I've never heard that explanation
So,
before.
so think of it like this, right?
Yeah.
It is stated in the webtoon that Arlene has wandered the tower for a very long time. And this is Garam saying it, or the actual diary saying it.
Yeah.
And so it would have been either from a high ranker's point of view, or the Arlene's herself wrote that it's been a very long time. So when they say very long, that means a very long time.
Yeah.
Because for rankers, a few years is nothing, right?
Yeah.
So if Arlene was walking around the tower, wondering, trying to find a way out, you would think she would go anywhere and everywhere just to try and find a way out, right?
Yeah.
And if she remembered at some point that yes, there used to be a floor one, let's see if I can find the exit of the tower at the bottom of the tower.
Yeah.
And SIU has stated that all the middle floors of the tower are actually connected.
Yeah.
So you can traverse between floors using the middle floor, but the paths are really complicated, and you need a guide to not get lost. But if Arlene had literally thousands of years to do this, she could have stumbled upon this place that she saw in front of her, and then she goes and says, "Oh, I think I found the place without Zahard and the administrator, but I don't know what the other side looks like." It's essentially what she said in the diary, right? If she could sense there is no administrator influence there because Hedon is not doing anything, and she knows that this place has been removed from the tower, so that means no Zahard Empire is stationed there because literally nobody uses this part.
Yeah.
I think she could have found the way out on her own, but this is assuming the cave is inside the tower, right?
Yeah.
Another thing is, there is a blog post saying that Gustang knows a way out of the tower. But honestly, I don't think he knows how to physically enter. I think that he knows that if you complete the tower, then you can leave it.
Yeah,
and
that's
I think
what
that
I
is
would
his,
assume on that too.
and I think that is his way of leaving the tower.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't tell Urek when he asked.
Yeah, I think it's do you think that actually completing the tower will inevitably destroy the tower?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
there
'cause
is
that I think that's like the best reason we have to stop anyone from climbing it.
But I think it also depends on the definition of finishing the tower, because I have two ideas of what that actually looks like, and one of them is just like everyone thinks is yes, you get to the final floor and then you can leave, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't quite make sense to me because the people outside are trying to achieve something here, right? If you climbed 135 floors or 200, however many there are, you go to the top. That doesn't automatically mean that you become this god. You've just cleared the tower. That doesn't really mean much. You have to be something special. So I think the tower might not even have the final floor. Or if it does, it doesn't even need to be reached. I think the moment someone is qualified to become this god, which is Bam, at some point he will not even need to be on the top floor. He will just decide he wants to end this tower. He will devour everything, and the sun will destroy it.
Mm.
So when someone awakens, there is an explosion. Remember?
Yeah.
So I think this is how you enter the tower. Sorry, this is how you exit the tower, or how you complete the tower. When someone has climbed enough, has gone through enough challenges, and done all these things,
when they feel
finally
the need
awaken,
to escape.
yeah, when they finally awaken, that Axis / God explosion is supposed to destroy the tower and let them leave.
Yeah.
And I could add a lot to this because I have my own theories of what Shinsu is and what administrators are and all this other stuff, and it kind of ties to that. But I would have to explain a lot of stuff, and I'm getting tired. So
That's fair.
I think I will skip that.
Yeah, I know it's getting late for you. I guess, and yeah, we have been doing this for a while. So I think we should maybe we can start wrapping this up. But I do want to ask one more question before we go, and that is, just because I know he's gonna ask me about this. Dragon God's definitely gonna ask me, what the topic was for today. And so I got to do a little something. I got to throw a little bone his way. Now, do you think on what level do you think Macheni is operating in your theory, Bones? Do you think Macheni is a do you think Macheni is a fader with her knowledge of all these legends and her goal to drive Bomb to take certain steps to fulfill her goals, or do you think she is for lack of a better term, do you think she's pawn Chenny in this and just a pawn of one of the
obviously
actual
a controversial question that you already know the answer to, but like I explained in chapter 3, I'll get back to the questions in a sec. So how I explained the Faters, right, is that these are the people who know what they are trying to achieve.
Yeah.
They know the fate they're trying to achieve, and they're actively working towards doing that.
Yeah.
That is their goal, and they have the control and power to do this.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, the Faters are the boss, Tuperi, Kustang, Jaina Repelista, and did I miss anyone? No, I think that's it. And Arlene.
Yeah.
And Arlene.
Yeah.
But I think there are other people who are important, but they are not Faters, but they are used by the Faters to create events.
Yeah.
And people like that is Hansung for me.
Yeah.
So Hansung does not know all the secrets, but they tell him enough to cause certain events.
Yeah.
So they told him enough to get Data Adan to train Bam when he eventually comes into the tower, right?
Yeah.
They told him enough to know that Bam will eventually enter the tower, and this is why he positioned himself on floor 2.
Yeah.
He became the test administrator, and he refused to get promoted because he wanted to stay on that floor.
Yeah, exactly, to watch out.
There is more. Yeah, there is more to it where he seems to have recruited Evankel for something, and that I think was to take control of floor 2 so that he could wait for Bam and eventually, get him into ToG.
That would be interesting if he actually used Evankel for that purpose. I would really enjoy that if that was the case.
It's so in his character.
It would be. It totally would be.
So I think. Yeah. So Hansung might not be a Fater because he he doesn't know the real stuff that's going on, but he's still important. So I think Macheni is kind of like that. Mm-hmm. So she herself is not part of the big crew that are trying to get Bam to finish the tower.
Yeah.
She's just interested in creating chaos, but she has her own reasons. But because all of her reasons fit within the agenda that the Faters have, she is a very useful person to have.
Yeah.
Because she has the influence and the power to make certain things happen, right?
Achieve.
So exactly. So if you point someone like that who already has the same agenda or similar agenda to you into certain places, you can make them do stuff, right?
Yeah.
So as an example, and I know there are some answers that you can come up with, infinite answers you can come up with for this question is, but how did Macheni know where to find Jinsung, right?
Yeah.
So Jinsung was just randomly in the middle of his hat on some random floor in the middle area. Yeah. How would she even know that? It's not like these people are being constantly tracked, right? Repelista clearly told her, where to
Yeah, it
find
could
them
have been
because
Repelista
Repelista
or something
is
related.
able to find things like that.
Yeah.
Um, but then obviously you can have Dragon God saying then, oh, but maybe she's working with them and not for them, and
Mm.
they just did this together. But if you just look at Macheni's character, right,
Mm-hmm.
you can see all she wants is that chaos.
Yeah.
She's
If
just
she doesn't have any like loyalty toward the larger goal,
yeah,
then
she is interested in all the stuff she read books about because it sounds interesting and her life is boring to her. She
yeah.
achieved everything she wanted, whatever. She's got nothing really going on, right?
Yeah.
So she's basically trying to create this chaos and relive all these epic stories and things she read in books.
Mm-hmm.
So she's very useful because she can make things happen because what she wants is what they want in a way.
Yeah.
But to say that she's working with them, I honestly don't think so.
Okay.
Like we've seen how Repolista is playing Yuri around how she wants, however she wants, and we've seen Macheni being in that same building. And sure, you could say they were plotting together, but seeing how Repolista behaves and just seeing the kind of things Macheni wants,
Mm-hmm.
it just does not strike like she is the big player.
Mm. Yeah,
She's
I
she's
get where you're coming from with
she's
that.
being used to help create certain events.
Yeah, she's I can see how like her goals I think are gonna her goals are gonna flow into the goals of the group that you dubbed the Faders, like Gustang and them. I would be really I mean I'd be really excited to see that come more into play later. I think one of the I think one of the things Tower of Answers does a really good job, especially with your explanation here and clarifying all this stuff. I think it paints a much more interesting picture of something like a fate-oriented route for the rest of the story, for like making it look. I guess making like Bomb's kind of destined journey up the tower and all the things that have been set up by Arlene and like Gustang to Perry, etc., the boss. I think it makes it look much more engaging. I think you do a really good job, like giving more agency into all the work that's going into this plan.
Yeah, because if
Yeah,
you just think about it as in, oh, the fate said this will happen, no one is
yeah,
doing anything, it will just happen. It feels really flat and boring.
yeah, exactly.
But if you have all these people trying like really hard and doing like all these manipulations and everything to
Yeah,
make this happen, it makes the characters interesting, it makes the story more interesting, and it means that things can be changed.
yeah,
Because if they are trying to make it happen, you can stop them from making it happen.
mm. Yeah. Fate is a man-made creation. Is definitely a much more interesting way to view this. Um, so yeah, I know you said you. Oh, sorry.
So you could say it's man-made, but at the same time, there is still this tower fate that I think that they're trying to follow. So, but just because the tower fate has been stated to be X, it doesn't mean that it can become X if no one does anything.
Hmm.
So them actively doing stuff
Yeah.
creates that fate in the first place.
Yeah.
But if that fate is beneficial to what they want, and we know the person on the radio that spoke with Gustan
Mm-hmm.
was asking, so who is the real Prince of Jihad that will
Oh
help
yeah.
clear the final test of the tower and stuff? So we know that Gustan seems to be interested in these kind of things, right? He wants to
Yeah.
clear the tower, or at least it seems like he does. So, but Jihad does not, right? So Jihad stopped climbing. We don't know if he wants to stop climbing forever. Maybe he's waiting for something. Who knows?
Yeah.
Right?
That could be. Yeah,
But
it's definitely
Gustan
another
wants to
can of
complete the
worms.
tower, it seems like. So
Mm.
if that real fate, and we know this is the real fate because the prophecy, we don't know it's the real fate, sorry, but the prophecy states that Bam will defeat Zaharad, will open up the tower, and will reach new heights, right?
Yeah.
So that automatically screams like something Gustan will want because that allows for the final test of the tower to be taken.
Yeah.
So if that fate is something that Gustang and others need to work towards to create, then sure, maybe that was their fate in the first place, right? That was their
Yeah.
irregular's fate. But but I think Bam can change that,
Mm.
and I think the only someone who can change fate that was decided for them can become a god. I think because
I definitely see the reasoning behind that.
because how can you call someone a god if they are constrained and bound by fate?
Yeah.
You're not a god. You're just another
not
creation, right?
an omnipotent god, at least as we
Yeah.
see it. Yeah.
So only someone who can go and beyond the bounds and constraints of their own fate and what they've been fated to do, I think can become true God.
Mm.
And this is potentially what Zahard is trying to do with his, playing with fate. He knows he's not fated to become the ultimate winner, but he's trying to change it. And he's playing with fate to try and go around it. And that to me makes him a more interesting character.
Do you think Zahard is maybe even trying to somewhat insert himself into that prophecy?
So honestly, I think, and this is my speculation here, right?
Yeah.
I think Zahard is actually on the right track. So I think all the family heads were actually wrong. So, or maybe, sorry, not all of them, but I think Arlene and V might have had the right idea, and the family heads were wrong because they stopped climbing, right? We don't know yet why they stopped climbing. But we know that Arlene and V wanted to keep climbing. And I think we don't really know much about V, but Arlene seems to have wanted to climb because the prophecy talks about finishing the tower, right? And Arlene wanted the key to keep climbing.
Yeah.
So Arlene seems to be someone who, and also because she talks about fate and the whole prophecy, I think she might be kind of a crazy person when it comes to fate. And if she thought her fate was to complete the tower, that's why she wants to keep pushing. However, what I think potentially happened was when they got to the floor 135, I think all of them learned that they are not the one to complete the tower. And I think because it was said by someone who has the authority to say things like that, so potentially the admin, they believed it. And I think this is why they stopped climbing. But Arlene and V, I think, had the right idea because they didn't want to listen to the fate they were told. They wanted to go above that fate and they wanted to go into their, they wanted to keep climbing anyway. So I think the right idea here is that no matter who you are, I think one of the final tests of the tower, or potentially one of the later tests of the tower, is the admin will tell you you are not the one.
And then you have to overcome that from
Exactly.
within yourself. That would be interesting.
And I think all the family heads decided not to climb because they knew they couldn't. They knew they had no chance because the admin told them. They knew that was their fate. However, Arlene and V, whoever it was, maybe both, wanted to go up beyond that, and I think that was the right choice. However, they didn't play it right, and obviously, you know how it happened. And but this comes back to why Zahard is trying to play around the fate, right? So I think he knows he's not destined to become this god king, whatever, the Axis king. And he is trying to change that. That's why he's playing with all this fate stuff, and potentially why he's letting Bam live, because he knows potentially that Bam has the ability to change that fate, which means that if he plays along, he might be able to take that chance and, again, yes, like you said, insert himself into that and be the person who completes the tower.
Yeah. That's definitely not been an angle that I had considered Jihad's actions from before. I think I was, until this point, had really only considered Zahad doing everything that he did to kind of protect his empire and through that, the people of the tower from kind of being destroyed in totality. But I definitely... It's definitely a much more selfish perspective for Zahard to have, but I think it's still pretty consistent with all of his actions up to this point. But yeah,
it's the tower for a reason, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what that reason is yet. We can suspect it's because whoever reaches the top or whoever enters the tower has the possibility to awaken as an Axis or God or whatever it is. And I think only someone who even has the potential to awaken as an Axis in the first place can even enter the tower.
Yeah.
And this is how these irregulars are entering it, because not just anyone can enter the tower. That's been stated by SAU. He said only people with special powers, did not describe what those powers are, what they mean. Only special people can enter the tower. So I assume if someone has a potential to awaken, they can enter the tower.
Hmm.
But at the same time, you could say that any person can awaken as an Axis. So it's not really consistent.
Yeah.
But I don't really know much. Like I can't give you all the answers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of
Yeah.
there's so
I'm
many
just guessing
specifics that
here.
goes into this. Yeah, yeah, I know a lot of it does become speculation, but I think it's really interesting, and at least based on based on all the research that's gone into this, I think it's definitely one of the most cohesive theories so far that's been developed.
Well, a lot of the stuff I talked about today is not specifically in there
Yeah,
because
it's
it's stuff
yeah,
from chapter 4 and 5 that I would have put in there.
yeah, yeah, but no, I think it's really interesting all the same, and I still think it does a good job building off of the foundation that you built. I think I kind of a lot of the stuff that's like in here is stuff that's like really just been like analyzed and kind of shown one way or another in the comic already. As a, like besides a lot of stuff like the cave being floor one and a lot of the Fader stuff in chapter three, um, it's really a lot of analytical work. And I think the real interesting stuff that we talk about does primarily come from the speculation in here. Um, but yeah, definitely. Like again, anyone who has not like read this full document yet, I know it's like I know it's a longer document, but it's really worth it. It's a really cool it's a really cool like narrative and analysis that Bones has crafted based off the information in here. So I'd really recommend giving the full thing a read if you have some free time in the next week or something.
I've read this a few times and it takes like an hour and a half with the
Yeah, it
pictures.
doesn't take that long. It really only takes. I would say for like me to process everything, it kind of took like probably closer to 3 hours or something.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if I know what I wrote in there, then I can just read it, and that makes
Yeah,
sense.
exactly.
But it's faster for me.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's definitely really interesting. But yeah, I know you said you were getting kind of tired earlier. I think there are a couple of other things I want to ask you, but maybe I'll save that for DMs. I'll ask a little bit about. Um,
If you still have time, you can ask. I was saying I was getting tired, and what I had to explain would have been really big.
oh, okay.
So,
I
uh,
do have one final question then, and that
right.
is, and I think we touched upon it earlier a little bit with Taperi, but why do you think that the boss would choose to side with FUG as opposed to Zahard? Because I know you talk about the boss being one of the people working with Gustang.
Yeah. So this is really hard for me to answer because I have my own train of thought when it comes to what the princes of Zahard are for,
Hmm.
what Zahard is trying to do,
Yeah.
with them. And there is another thing which I noticed that some people don't accept, and it just sounds like headcanon,
Mm-hmm.
um, which kind of contradicts what I'm trying to say in this theory.
Hmm.
So what I'm trying to state is that Boss is working with FUG, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, Now, just because he's working with FUG does not mean that he potentially is not doing something for Zahard. We don't really know his
Yeah.
motivations. But another thing is, if you just think about this, if Boss is really working with all these people, that means he's working with people like Gustan,
Mm-hmm.
who we know is extremely clever and smart, right?
Yeah.
So I think if the boss was some kind of a, double agent or whatever, then Gustan would never trust him.
Yeah.
Like Gustan should know what the boss is. He created the Princess Project. He
Hmm.
probably took part in creating the Princess as well.
Hmm.
So I think if Gustang suspected the boss might not have the best intentions, whatever, then he probably wouldn't trust him. But at the same
Yeah.
time, it could also be a situation where they both use each other because it's beneficial to both
Hmm.
in one way or another.
Yeah.
So it's a quite difficult question to answer. Um, but one thing which I didn't put in Tower of Answers, which
Mm-hmm.
I noticed after I wrote it, is
Yeah.
that I think personally that the boss was actually shown in season 2 for the first time. I think there is a panel of the boss in season 2 at the end of Hidden Floor. So if you want to go to that chapter, I'll show you where it is.
Hell yeah, let's go. Where are we? Yeah, where are we going?
So it's at the end of it where you see Jahad's like Data Jahad's picture. Page 15. Yeah, that one. 307. It's either this or the previous chapter. I can't actually remember. But if you keep scrolling, I'll show you where it is. It's when... Oh, yeah, here. Okay. So scroll up before Wang Nan gets the sword stuff. Yeah, keep scrolling up. I think it's when Zahard... Actually, this might be the wrong chapter. I think it's when Zahard appears for the first time.
Ah.
The big Zahard. So it's the previous chapter. This is a big headcanon. But I think I might not be wrong here. So when Zahard appears for the first time, the big one, in front of Van, so Zahard appears, right? The big one.
Yeah.
And then if you keep scrolling down,
Oh.
okay, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. So the black box is Edan talking. He is here, the real one.
Yeah.
And then the big Zahard is asking, "What are you doing?" And then this is Data Zahard just looking at him. And then look at this. Look at this panel. Just this one. It says, "Hey," the middle one,
Yeah.
the one above. This guy, look at his teeth. Look at his tooth.
Yeah, I see that.
That tooth is in the exact same position as the boss we see in front of that one.
Interesting.
And the face is not seen. There is a shadow behind him. Why would it be the big Zahard when even his freaking jacket is different?
Yeah, I see there's I see like this isn't the same as like this here.
So the tooth is different, although
Yeah.
Jahad does have a tooth that shows up, but it's in a different position.
Yeah.
And as you saw, Wang Ren has a tooth in a different position than the boss.
Yeah.
And then Jahad has a different tooth. And then what's interesting is Zahar does not seem like the type to just randomly say "hey" in the middle of conversation.
Yeah.
But if you look at the chapter where Dawan meets the boss, he starts with something like "hey there" or something. So he's like the jolly, the happy type saying, "Oh, hello there, hi." And if you keep scrolling down, when Wang Nan shows up with the sword, when the sword appears in front of him, the first thing the sword says is "hey."
Oh, yeah.
So I think that panel there is basically the boss is talking through the sword to Wang Nan.
Oh, okay.
So it's the boss who is in charge of the
that.
sword.
Wow. That's pretty big. I could definitely see that being the case.
But the only problem I have with this is what SIU actually said in the blog post for this chapter.
He wanted to make it Zahard meeting Wang Nan, or is...
No, so he's saying that... sorry, you're right. So he says something along the lines of... SIU wanted Wang Nan and Zahard to meet, but because it would reveal too many secrets, it was too soon for that to happen.
Yeah.
But then another thing he says, but all of this is still Zahard's plan. So if this is all still Zahard's plan, then the boss giving the sword to Wang Nan, is that part of Zahard's plan?
I was gonna say I could definitely see. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I could definitely see like how part of the way this like kind of comes into Tower of Answers is if the boss is actually still like ultimately working towards the same goal as like the maybe I don't know what incarnation Zahard is gonna take, but like working for the same goal that Zahard did.
So I think what potentially could be happening is that I don't think the boss is consciously and he is choosing to work for Zahard. I think if the boss is doing something that potentially Jahad predicted or wanted him to do, that could mean yes, Zahard's plan is taking effect because he wanted for one of his clones or whatever you want to call them to get the sword eventually. And I still think that panel is of the boss because the shadowing, the fang, the random "hey" that he says, it just does not sound like Zahard.
let's see
and
if
it's so out of place.
let's check the nest real quick, or the wall. Let's check. Actually, I think you have the thing in here. Let's check. Let's check the boss in when he meets Dewan. Where does he do that? I think that's in
Right.
chapter 3. Let's see. Dewan and Khan's teacher. Let's see. Uh,
They're ridiculous and unbelievable stories.
let's figure this out. Let's not use that one. I think he's gonna be wearing like a different thing, but
What are you
we'll
trying to
see if
look
we can
for?
get like a. I'm trying to see if we can get like a picture of his face.
Right. We can probably just Google that and find it.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah,
We just literally just type boss,
the
don't like that.
boss. All right, let's see. Let's think about this.
So look where
Um,
his fang is. It's on his right side.
yeah, I see. Well, yeah, he has. I guess. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And his jacket, whatever he was wearing there in that panel, is similar to what he's wearing there.
Mm. Yeah, I agree. It's like different color, but it's like the same kind of thing. It's hard to it's really hard to say, but it's like if you
Notice
look
how
close at him, it does look really similar.
Yeah, so the fang is there, the
Yeah.
big one, and we see the side of his mouth that does not have the mole, and at the
Yeah.
same time we don't see his eyes, and not a single panel of the boss is showing the eyes, although we have seen Zahard's eyes. So why is he hiding it, right? I do think it's the boss, and it's not actually Zahard in there in that panel there.
It looks like yeah, I wouldn't have I mean, yeah, I wouldn't have picked up on
Look,
this without like
look where
having
Zahard is.
he's like
Like
looking a different way, right? He's like
exactly, and Zahard
yeah.
had like he's got like orange lightning on him, and he's
Yeah.
massive. Here he looks. Why is he smiling when he just entered? Right?
Yeah, and
Like
he's
why is he
frowning.
smugly? He's smug.
Yeah, like it looks like he could be looking in. I agree with you. Yeah, now that we like know of the boss's existence, it's cool that we can like start asking some more questions like this. And then he's
And
kind of dressed the
suspiciously,
same ish as Data as this
so,
Data Jihad.
so yeah. Notice how we see Jihad from like we see both sides of his mouth on this panel, right?
Yeah,
But then the next panel we see, which
there's
we
no
think is
mole
Jihad,
on this.
the next panel we see that we think is Jihad. He
Yeah,
shows us the other side of the mouth where we can't see the mole.
yeah, yeah. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I wonder how he would have like. I wonder how the boss would have like picked up on something like that if that was.
So if this is true, that opens a lot of interesting
Yeah.
possibilities because that
Wow.
means that the boss is trying to direct Wangnan to certain things.
Mm.
And the other
Yeah.
reason why people do not believe it's the boss is if you actually follow what the sword says to Wangnan and what Jihad is talking about, he's talking about all this cruel fate stuff, right?
Yeah.
But if you actually analyze what that sword is saying,
Hmm.
how I think at some point he says that he led Wangnan to where he is right now.
Yeah.
That does not have to be Jihad because
Yeah. No. That.
if you try to follow what chapter 3 is trying to say, how boss is setting stuff up, he set up a lot of people. He set up Kun, he set up Bam, Rachel, all these people to do all these things for him. Jaja,
Yeah.
it it wouldn't be too much of an ask to say he also made Wangnan join Bam and come all this way here.
Hmm. I can. Yeah. I can see something like that being the case. Yeah. That's a really cool. That's a really cool observation. I think. Um, I definitely never like saw anything like that. I really like that. That's awesome. Um, I have. Oh, I do have one more thing. I wanted to ask this since the beginning, but I just wanted to get your perspective on it. It's a quick one. Um, so I've heard it said before. Somebody said this to me once. I forget if I like saw it in a tweet or someone DM'd me or something about it. But do you think that you know how Aguero like raided Edouard's treasure room before going into the tower?
Yep.
Do you think that Do you think that Edouard or like Edouard working with Hedon or something like that actually set something like that up? Because at a glance, it seems infeasible that a non-regular at that point could actually like successfully steal stuff from the family head.
So obviously, like with anything, you can have multiple perspectives on things, right?
Yeah.
One, it makes like you could say yes, it makes sense that Edouan allowed his allowed his son to raid that because he done told him to whatever it is, right? Because they planned like they
Yeah.
planned for Bum to enter it, but that would require Edouan to actually know about any of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
They planned for Bum to enter and then provide him, support, or Hidden could have just said it's good time if your son entered then. But that would mean that Edouan actually had to care about AA,
Fair.
and that just doesn't
Yeah, I don't
seem
see
very
that
likely.
happening either. Yeah.
So, and another point of view you could say is, sure, it's a vault of a family head, right?
Yeah.
How did a regular break into this?
Mm.
But if you think about this, you could spin it and say, well, who would dare to steal from Edouan?
Yeah.
It wouldn't even have to be
You might not even
locked
be
up or
protected.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, because who would dare to do this in the freaking middle of a base of a
Yeah.
of a coon family?
Yeah.
And or another one you could which I think is even more believable. We know that Kun has a high-ranking backer in the Kun family.
Mm.
We don't know who it is, but we talked about it during, like with White during the nest, and Ascensia also said that, oh, I know you know this person who is very dangerous, etc., etc. So that person could have helped him break into that vault
Mm.
and steal all that stuff.
Yeah.
So multiple possibilities here. I don't think because I think I saw you specifically mentioned a through Machani or something that Edwin might be trying to, do something with Heathen when it comes to Ran,
Mm.
because Ran is really young and he's already climbing the
Yeah.
tower, etc.,
Yeah.
etc.
He's extremely talented.
But there's no foreshadowing whatsoever for AA to be the same,
Yeah.
and it would be quite repetitive if it happened for both of them.
That's fair. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there. Yeah, and that's a good set of like kind of counter examples to talk about some alternative explanations for something like that too. Yeah, I hadn't really considered him getting like backing for that either. Um, do you think that that could have been? Do you think that like? Do you think that could have been like the mystery coon that like stopped the hell train, or do you think they're like related to
I
that?
think it's possible. Yeah,
Interesting.
if it's indeed that person
Yeah.
who is this high-ranking person, or maybe it was another person. But the thing is, when that person, so when AA was
Mm.
on the train or somewhere, and he was speaking with this guy to try and set up for him to slow the train, right?
Yeah.
I think that older coon said, "We haven't met in a while," or something like that,
Yeah.
or "It's been a while," or something
Yeah.
like
Something
that.
like it's been a while.
And I think, and I could be wrong, it implied that they have met.
Yeah.
So if they have met, and that person, I don't know, maybe they asked AA, because we still don't know why AA really betrayed his sister for Maria, right?
Yeah.
We could assume it's because he loved her or whatever, he liked her.
I assume he's
But
he's
there
a
could
young
have,
impressionable male.
yeah, but there could have been two reasons. Maybe he
Yeah.
loved her, and also someone asked him to do it,
Yeah.
potentially,
I
which
I
could be
see it.
this other Kun, and maybe this is how they gained their support, right? Because why would this random high-ranking Kun support AA, who is just some, another random kid
Yeah.
who knows nothing? So maybe he did something for that person, and that's
Hmm.
how they gained their support.
That's fair. Yeah. I wonder if they could be related to Maria. Like they could be like from Maria's family or something.
Could be.
Yeah. Wow.
Could be their big brother.
Yeah. That would be
Her big
yeah.
brother.
That'd be cool actually. I really like to see more Maria lore come into play later. I'm really excited for that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if only I saw you didn't blue ball us and reveal that Masheni minion at the nest to be Mario.
Oh God. Wait. Wait. He didn't reveal.
No, he didn't, but I'm just saying he
Okay.
should have. Like, it
I
just
It
makes
would have
so
been
much
nice.
sense.
I don't understand why they didn't like unmask themselves at like any point. I don't
It
think
just
there's a
makes
reason
sense
to
for
keep
her
them
to be
hidden.
there, and if Kun was to split from Bam, right?
Yeah.
Like because he gets another goal, another thing to chase. If Maria said something to him at the nest, if they met, and that somehow made AA want to go after her for whatever reason,
Yeah.
I'm not even saying because he loves her or whatever, but because it could be related to BAM. Then it would make sense that AA would split, regulars would split from BAM, especially with how strong he's becoming.
Yeah.
But we'll see how Siu plays that.
Yeah, I guess we will. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting either way. Um,
I had a whole mini theory slash narrative built around this Maria thing
oh yeah.
because I was thinking that originally I thought that the captain in the first episode of season 3
Mm-hmm.
is the eighth son of Lopabia family, and I thought that if that captain captured Yihua, and he knew that because Yule is looking for Bam for Viol, right? So they're already chasing after Viol, and they specifically found Yihua to like as a hostage or something. So I thought that what's going to happen is um, eventually that hostage is going to end up with Lopobia twins. I thought they would just give Yihua to the Lopobia twins because they were looking for glory back at the NHS, remember? They
Yeah.
wanted to be the Viol, to be the, oh, look, we beat the Slayer candidate, whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I thought that they are still trying to play this game. They are still trying to lure Bam in, and they're going to use Yihua as a hostage to kind of make him go after her. So I thought the reason Yihua is not being shown up and how she will catch up with the rest of the regulars is that because she's already climbing right now with the Lapobia twins as a hostage. I think that what was happening. And I had this nice narrative here that, Maria meets AA at the nest and she reveals that she's got Yihua with them, and that makes AA chase after her because or the regulars chase after her to rescue Yihua. I know it's not a hostage situation, but it kind of ties up the regulars with Lopobia twins.
Yeah.
It brings Yihua back and it allows Bam to separate from the group because they would go by themselves, fight the Lopobia twins, whereas Bam goes with FUG and does whatever
Yeah.
the war. So I had all this nice thing planned out, and I thought it kind of makes sense, especially since I really did believe or do believe that the first captain is the eighth son
And
because it
then
makes sense
the
to me.
second one is the
And
boss.
if he is the eighth son, that means he's Lopobia, and it all comes back to why did they want Yihua? And the answer was because they were looking for Bam, they wanted to capture him.
Yeah.
Until the second captain came in and changed what Yule was supposed to do.
Yeah, because Yule does say it seems like there's like two of them sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely. I think that could make a lot of sense. Um,
But
yeah, and
with
also it's
SIU
a better idea to bring back Iwa than I've ever conceived. So
powering up Kun and Rak
yeah,
to who knows what level. And after Dark Change, Dark Change was when Bam was basically almost killed by White.
yeah,
And he finally realizes that he should not be with all these people because they will be in danger because of him, because he's too weak, right?
yeah,
So yes, sure, he becomes stronger and beats White with their help, but he's still not strong enough to not put them in danger.
yeah, exactly.
So I thought that was the perfect opportunity for Bam to say, well, he wants to go with FUG and Regulus would go their own way.
Yeah,
And because of the previous thing I said about Maria, it just made sense that this is their next goal for the Regulars.
yeah,
It just made so much sense to me.
yeah.
So
I
much
mean,
sense.
yeah,
But then the next thing Bam says is, oh, if we all go together, I know we can do it. Oh, come
yeah.
on.
Imagine lasting character development, man. Not in my Tower of God. It was, yeah, it was Asmodeus. It was BS. At least at the end it was. But yeah, yeah. Some of that stuff was like really wild. I was thinking. I think we were all kind of on the same page at that point once he, had the fake friendship with our crafter flashback, where he was like, he was just like, yeah, we like it'd be better to go our own way. But
It
oh well.
it just made so much sense.
Yeah,
It,
yeah,
it
it would have been
he
good. I'm hoping
a-
it's just like left until after the nest at this point.
and there was even more reason for them to split because AA lied to Bam about Arcraptor and Prince, right?
Yeah,
So it was based. It SIU is setting it up for them to split, and then he gives them a power up
yeah.
and says, "Let's go together."
Well, actually, on that front, do you think that AA was lying to Bomb about Arcrafter and Prince, or do you think that like Wang Nam was just lying to him and then AA believed it?
I don't think Wangman would have lied there.
Interesting.
I mean, I can see him lying because, he doesn't want the rest to worry.
Yeah.
Uh,
I can see him lying, but I also think it's I think AA would have to be like extremely stupid to believe him as well.
mm.
Like there's literally no way. Literally just call call Prince's pocket at any
And I
point
think,
in time.
I think
What's a
when we
pocket?
got the
I don't know.
flashback when AA was telling Bam about this, right?
Yeah.
I think AA says something like, "Oh, I just talked to Wangman. And he said they're all fine," with like
Yeah.
the weirdest look on his
It
face.
totally seems like he's lying.
Yeah,
And it makes a
and
lot
like
of sense.
and like honestly, how often do you see AA randomly calling Wangman, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't think Wang Nim would like straight up lie, but I think he would like hide the info if possible. But yeah, I would hope Wang Nim doesn't straight up lie. I wouldn't say it's impossible though. But yeah,
I could see him lying because he doesn't want anyone to worry. But like I said, I think it's more probable that AA lied there,
yeah,
especially with like the way SAU
yeah, I
showed those
agree.
panels. It just looked suspicious.
Yeah, I have to ask: is Wang Nan your least favorite character in Tower of God?
Of course not. He's boring to me, but I don't dislike him that much.
This is massive news to me. Who's your least favorite character?
Aircrafter, man. Complete waste of space.
Poor guy. He died for nothing in your eyes. I'm kidding. Well, actually, it's
I
probably a
just
good
love to shit on
good
Aircrafter
day for you.
because to me it just made so much sense that Bam already knew about it, and to me there
Yeah.
were signs. I know it's headcanon, but
No,
there
there
were
were
signs
totally
that Bam
signs.
already knew.
Kuhn was already suspecting like his team got destroyed, like back at Florida Death too.
And I don't know if this is true, but I think
Yeah,
analyst told me,
story analyst. Yeah.
um, and I think I'm not sure if this is true, and I'm making this up, but
Yeah.
she might have said that she thinks there is an instance in the webtoon, and I can't honestly remember this myself, where Bam seems to be down because he can sense that someone on the train has died.
Is that
I
is
don't know
that
if this
when
is
Bomb
true.
is that when Bomb is like refusing to eat or something?
I mean, I can't remember because that could have been because he thought Reg died. I honestly can't remember. I would
Yeah,
have to read the entire
I thought
tree.
that was just him reacting to like Rack and Iwa falling
Right.
to their presumable deaths.
But
And
basically, I've been told that there is an instance where Bam supposedly feels like someone died on the train. Whether it
yeah.
was on the blog post or in the actual webtoon, I
Oh.
don't know.
Yeah, I can't
And I don't
remember
know if
that.
it's true.
Wow. That'd be wild. But yeah, it was definitely yeah, it was definitely like implied. Oh, thank you for the follow, Higgins. Appreciate it. Um, but yeah, it's really crazy that it's really crazy that Bomb just doesn't like piece that together himself. He either is really stupid, which is possible, or he just straight up lies to himself, like on like a Kubera level or something like that.
I don't know what that means. Don't spell me.
It just means he lives in complete delusion. I don't know. It's wait, do you read Kubera?
I dropped it at some point,
Oh, I
but
see.
I might come back to it
Well,
to finish
everyone
it.
loves it right now a lot, so you should probably pick that back up like right now, like right
The
after
problem
this.
is, see, the problem with coming back to series is it
Yeah.
was quite a long time when I dropped
Well,
it,
you
and
should.
I wouldn't remember anything, which means I have to read the entire thing.
Well, it requires about 4 rereads to get piece together like 10% of the information anyway. So I think it's worth starting over at that point.
Right, but the thing is, I prefer to have the first read through experience where
Yeah.
I don't already know things in the future, so I can notice stuff. I
I
just
get
want
what
to
you
see if I
mean.
can notice stuff myself before I know anything, right?
Yeah.
So if I were to reread to get to the point I was at,
Yeah.
I feel like I would have unfair advantage to my original self who was reading that webtoon,
Yeah.
and that kind of annoys me because I want to have that first time, you know?
Yeah. I'll be honest, RT. I have the slightest misgivings with Kubera right now, but it is still an absolutely phenomenal webtoon. I actually think Bones, you would if you like piecing this stuff together here, I think you would really enjoy like pretty much all of Kubera. I think it's right up your alley.
The problem with Kubera for me is that at least until when I finished,
Yeah.
I only found like four characters actually interesting. Everyone else was quite boring.
How far did you get?
I don't know how, I don't want to spoil much, but basically I got to season two, probably like chapter 100 or something,
That's okay. Well, that's
where
kind of a while in, but I feel like there's a solid portion where I think that's a pretty fair opinion, honestly.
I got to a point where a certain important someone,
Uh oh.
male, meets another important someone, male.
Uh oh. Wait. What?
That tells you anything.
Wait. A
When they
certain
finally
someone
meet.
male meets another male?
Yes.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, never
I feel
mind.
like males meet each other all the time in Kubera.
But like it's been an awaited thing,
Oh, I kind of have an idea, but I don't really know.
right? Or you could say a blonde chick was introduced. Never mind. That doesn't say much.
Wait, what? What is that? A blonde chick? We
Yep. It's
like
probably a lot of blonde chicks.
yeah. Well,
I can think of
actually
at least two.
no, um, but you think of two? I can't think of two actually.
Really?
Yeah, I can only think of one. The only blonde chick. Oh wait, no, I can think of two.
So who was the name?
Teo is one blonde.
Right, so that's
Yeah, one
that's
blonde
the
woman.
first one, but there is one more. I think she's
There's
blonde.
Kalavinka.
No, she was like super strong dragon or something.
Super strong dragon.
Maybe not dragon, but she was teaching Maruna.
Oh, Akasha. Oh wait, no, Samfati. Samfati.
Yeah,
The
somebody I
black
think that's her
dress or
name.
something.
I think yeah.
Yeah.
Around that time I stopped reading.
Okay. Yeah, that was a bit of a lull, probably. I think I don't really. It's been a really long time since I've actually like read Kubra. I actually only read. I think for over a year now, I've only read fast pass translations. I have not looked at the actual webtoon for like months at a time. I'm just waiting for like a lot of arcs to pile up to like
Well,
binge through.
I think I might read Kubera soon because
Nice. Raj is. He
well I say
likes
soon, but like within the next half year I think because I'm kind of on a path to quit my job soon because I'm tired of it.
the path. Yeah.
And I want to take a break from work.
Hmm.
I just don't want to work for a while.
Ah,
And
it's
I'll have a
fair.
lot of free time
Yeah.
and a lot of things and too much free time basically and not enough things to do. So I'll
Yeah.
probably read Kubera at some point.
I moved ToG Tuesdays to Sundays because I was too afraid of doing what I did a couple of weeks ago and coming home from like the office on a Tuesday and then just falling asleep and then missing the stream.
Mm.
Yeah, work's tiring lately. But but yeah, no, we'll definitely get around to that when you have time. It's definitely worth picking back up again. I think you get a lot out of it. Um, but yeah, I'd definitely be interested in like hearing your thoughts. I'm sure like Raj and like Kosuke would as well.
But I don't know how many, read throughs I would need to actually start piecing stuff together.
Oh, four easily. Yeah, four. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I think most stuff can. I think most stuff is like to. I really. How many times have you read ToG?
So this is a hard question to answer because if I were to say from start to the end, right?
How
At
many
least the current
complete
end.
read throughs of ToG have you had?
So when I started reading Tog, the latest chapter was The Room That Can't Be Trusted.
Yeah.
So I kind of binged that until then.
Oh wow.
And
Yeah.
then it was so many years ago, there was like no concept of coming back weekly to read stuff.
Mm.
Because at the time, I just didn't read stuff really, except for like Naruto and probably Bleach or something.
Yeah.
So when I got to the end, I stopped. And then when I got back to Tog again, I think the latest chapter was, I think NHS,
Mm.
somewhere around NHS. And I think when I came back, I started reading from the start.
Yeah.
So I would have come back and read from the start until NHS, and I remember dropping at NHS as well.
Mm.
And eventually, I, but I didn't drop for that long. I came back around Hidden Floor, and that's when I started reading weekly.
Mm.
That was even the first time I even looked up for like spoiler chapters.
Oh wow.
And I found I googled it and I found manga helpers and I was looking at like fast pass chapters or
Yeah.
bras from there. And I think I've been reading weekly since then.
Oh wow.
And ever since then, I probably reread once. So
Nice.
I don't know how many times you could count me as rereading it, but also remember that whenever I look up for stuff when I
Yeah, of course.
discuss,
You're gonna be
I
like
yeah,
rereading arcs and stuff all the time, or like
maybe not rereading
chapters
the
or
text,
something
but
like
like
that.
scrolling past stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No. Also, like obviously, it's gonna be like a lot more than like
it's
you
yeah,
you
it's
analyze it
hard
a
to
lot
answer
more
it.
than what you would say for I've only read. I think I've only had like two complete read throughs of ToG, but it's like up to like probably like through season two. But then it's like we reread arcs and stuff like all the time. Like every time I try to like make a video or something, like I'll reread like an arc for
Actually,
it.
I do remember some time ago, maybe like a year and a half or
Yeah.
something. I did read Tog again, but I dropped it around hidden, like sorry, end of FOD.
I also dropped ToG last time I tried reading through it. I once I get through like Name Hunt or no, like once I get through Floor of Death, I can get through Floor of Death. But like once we get into Hidden Floor, I just like I just like stop being excited to continue.
Yeah,
There's just something
I get
about
that.
like there's just something about like remembering all this stuff that's like coming. It's like I already know what happens here. I start I, like I it's harder for me to find like new things to like kind of be interested in or like get invested in the
I mean,
same way
every
I
time
can
I
like
reread, I do notice new things.
yeah
So there is that stuff, yeah, that
yeah.
it is still useful. And
Although
sometimes, because, when you reread, you don't read with the same intensity as when you read for the first time, right?
yeah, that's
You
true.
tend to like just skip stuff. But there was a reread when I tried to actually look at all the panels and like actually inspect what I was doing. But that
Yeah.
was my read of season three, not anything before that.
Hmm.
So I thought to myself, if I ever read again, I'm not gonna do it quickly. I'm just gonna take my time and
Yeah.
see if there's anything else I can spot. Uh, as an example, like that bust panel on Hidden Floor, right?
Yeah.
And this is another headcanon, but I did put it in Tower of Answers when I think the boss showed up again at the walls when Bam was there in current times. I think the boss is there in the background and SIU has shown him.
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I looked at those panels earlier. I wait. That was in current times when Bomb showed up.
I don't think you've seen that because
I saw the
I
flashback ones. I didn't see the
yeah,
current
because
ones.
I added that. I added that at some point to the document, so you might not have seen it because I updated the document.
Where would that be around?
Right, so that will be
I
um,
want to see that.
just search for Kane. Just search for Kane.
Oh, okay.
Command F, yeah, Kane.
Whoops.
Control F.
Let's see. Tomonicom's teacher. Crowd when Com was supposed to get executed.
Ah, there it is.
Oh yeah, no, I saw this earlier.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
Like you could say it's copium, but
Oh
if
wait,
so,
yeah, Kane's present day. Yeah.
so you have the old flashback, the Dawn's
Yeah, I
flashback on the
saw this
left, and
one.
you have the hair.
Yeah.
On the right, you can see the guy has the same hair, and you can see he's got the cape.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I see
then
a little red thing. Yeah.
And then in the middle of the crowd, you see a guy who suspiciously is not cheering. His arms are not up in the air. He has a red cape around the same and
Hmm.
correct height, and that suspicious hair,
Yeah.
and is blurred out, hidden again. So I
Yeah.
think he was there again.
Interesting. Yeah, that's wild. I it didn't I don't know why, but it did not register to me that this was not a flashback. That's great.
It's
Yeah,
just, I
that
just
would be a really cool observation. I kind of hope it's real just because
like,
it would just be cool
like
and
if
it would help with
if he was
connecting
just
these.
there and nothing happened, I would
Yeah.
be like, whatever. Like he could be there, maybe he's not, right?
Yeah.
But when you have something so strange as a ranker who misses an old man, it just does not make any sense. How does
Hmm.
a ranker miss an old stationary man with her Shinsu attack? Sure, she hasn't used it in a while, but like you are a ranker, you climb the entire tower,
Yeah.
and you have a one single bang and you miss an old man. I think something's going on there, and I think the boss might have made her miss on purpose.
Hmm.
But
Maybe.
obviously, there is no way to prove this.
I don't know how he. Yeah, I don't know how he do stuff like that. But I guess it's like in the realm of possibility at this point.
But it makes sense because if you think about it, the boss promised Dawn that when she wakes up, she will meet Bam, right?
Yeah.
And then suspiciously, someone has told Kel Callum that Calavan is gonna be at the wall.
Mm.
Suspiciously, someone told him that, and we didn't know who it was. So
Mm.
that makes Bam go to the wall. So it kind of makes sense that when Dawn was promised Bam would be there, and somehow Bam was sent to the walls, that potentially
Yeah.
the boss would be there because Bam, as an irregular, can change events.
Yeah.
And if he needs Bam to meet with Dawn, he's gonna be there to make sure that it happens because he set it up thousands of years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. I can certainly see him like wanting to make sure that gets confirmed.
Mm.
Yeah, but that would be cool. And I also like what RT is saying, where it would help lend like more it help them more importance to like literally paying attention to like each panel in the story,
Yeah, like
especially the catch with to that end, especially the catch with like the one panel of Zahard maybe not actually being Zahard.
it would be extremely cool if in the future the boss meets with Bam and he starts explaining things. And SIU literally shows us all these panels from the past where boss actually was in. And we are like, oh shit, he was there all along. We just didn't see it.
Hmm.
And it's those panels right there.
Yeah. What's special about the nest?
Uh,
Is what Asmodeus is asking.
spoiler. Spoiler.
Oh. Oh yeah, get out of here. Yeah, we can't do that. I don't know how to individually delete a message. Damn it. I don't know how to clear the chat. This is
Just
poor.
delete one message.
Oh wait. Why I don't know how to do that
I
either.
mean, I don't know who here doesn't rate draws, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, I put this on like my YouTube channel and stuff. So
right.
yeah. Poor. I've cleared it. I think.
I still see it.
Oh well, it's gone now. So
Okay.
you gotta trust me. The hopefully it did. But yeah, no, we don't do. I usually put no raw spoilers in the title. But I usually I put no raw spoilers in the title, but at the same time, the title for this was long enough that I didn't. But yeah, I think when it comes to the nest, uh, I think something that Bones says in Tower of Answers is that the nest is probably more important than anything else for two. I think two things. One is gonna be like FUG's first big win, and that lets them operate, I think, on a much larger scale going forward. And I think that'll also help like propel Bomb up the tower in that sense. I
Yeah,
also
because
think that I think it's in the realm of possibility. I don't think it's impossible that Bomb could end up like fighting or I don't think it's gonna happen, but maybe even killing a family head here. I think that would be like a very monumental occasion.
I personally don't see it happening this arc.
Mm. I would kind of prefer it if it didn't, but at this point, I wouldn't like
It,
it wouldn't
like,
enrage me if it did.
don't get me wrong. I would love for that to happen so I can shit on like Trauma fans, right?
Oh yeah,
But to me,
what
if
Trauma
Trauma
Ray
died
fans? Who are
here,
you talking about?
I don't know. There's like two people, man.
There's like one
But
person in the Discord named like Trauma Ray's number one wife or something.
the thing is that if Trauma died here to Bam, that would completely invalidate the entire story that SIU has built for Yama. Like Yama's parents died because Trauma
Oh
did
yeah,
something,
if
and we
Bomb
are about
just
to find out what happened.
yeah
So like Yama's being built up with all these arcs, from the start of the third season,
yeah
just so he can finally become a Slayer, right? Because he was a half-assed Slayer.
yeah
And if Bam just randomly goes and kills the guy he is supposed to target,
hmm
then what is Yama gonna do for the rest of the story? He has nothing. So it just doesn't make
yeah.
sense.
I definitely that's actually a good point. There would really be no reason to keep Yama around. Now, I'll ask you then. What do you think? what do you think the point of keeping Karika around is at this point?
Uh,
I mean, there's Prince lore, obviously.
yeah, and I mean, obviously, I don't see Karaka going and killing Zahard or fighting him, right?
Yeah,
I
poor
don't
guy.
think his purpose is to fight a family head. He's obviously going to be tied to all the prince stuff,
Yeah,
which
I feel bad for
eventually
him.
will all end up being pointed at Wangran because
Yeah,
he's the most important one.
yeah.
So
I think Karika's probably actually role-wise gotten shafted harder than like any other character in Tower got at this point. I actually think I think he's gotten an even worse deal than like Iwa
well, I think
or
the only
Rachel.
person he ever killed was like Yuri, right?
What?
The only person he ever killed was Yuri.
Oh, Yuryu. I was like Yuri. What?
Yuri.
Yeah, yeah. He doesn't really have a good track record in fights. Come to think, he survives people. I guess
Mm.
he
I
doesn't
mean,
have the
that's a
best
feat in
track record.
itself, right? Fighting all these strong people
That's
and
true. I mean,
surviving.
he survived Durek. That's big. That's massive. Yeah, but yeah. No, and I've said this at least 3 times on stream too at this point. But I think it's like a huge I think it's a real big missed opportunity to not have Karaka play a much larger role here at the nest beyond the first wall. Like I think separating him from Bomb like really kind of fucks up the significance of rescuing Jin Sung.
Yeah, I would love to see Karaka being the one to actually rescue him.
That would be incredible. I'd
Like
love
Bam,
that.
like Bam would get
It's
them
not
out
gonna
of the
happen, but I'd love
situation.
it.
Bam would get them out of the situation, but Karaka would be the one to actually get to Jinsung first. Like I
Yeah,
would like that.
that would be really awesome. I definitely love that as well. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I like I because I don't even where is Karka's still fighting he's still fighting like Fashil at this point, right? I think we're like we haven't
Yeah, we
seen him
still
in a
haven't seen
long
him.
time. Yeah, but I think
He
he
summoned an
was
army
chasing
of
Fashil the last time we saw him in the line chapters.
summoned an army of Fong wearing ant people, and that's where we
Yeah, yeah,
ended up.
exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I also think I also think to you guys' points, RT and Asmodeus. I would say
Wait a minute.
in concept his survivalism isn't flashy, but I think SIU actually does a phenomenal job with like Karika's kit to make it look interesting. Did my own guest speaker BRB me? Are you serious? What is this? What is this disrespect? Guys, I hate Bones theory. It's the worst theory ever. I've I've been indulging him for 3 hours. I hate it. It's the worst theory I've ever read in my life. And I hate Bones. And we're not friends. And he's the worst. And he sucks at Elden Ring. Jeez. That's fine. No, it's fine. Um, but yeah, I think I think for Karika, it would have been a much better idea to have him play a more significant role here. Like, have him finish his fight with Fushil, maybe separate from Dewan, and have him actually escape the cat tower to like teleport to bomb or something. Obviously it's like too late to have him go inside the suspendium, um, but like if he had more of a focus on like Jin Sung or he could like teleport somewhere, then he could hello again Bones. It's we really haven't said that much in your absence. Um, but yeah, I wish Jin Sung was or sorry, I wish Karaka was like much more focused on getting past Jin Sung. I wish he got through the Fashil ordeal like way quicker, and then have Karaka like really show off his relationship with Jin Sung. And then you can and you can keep comparing that to Bomb as opposed to just him getting sidetracked with this and then not having him appear again. I think it's a really huge waste of a potentially great dynamic between the three of them. But yeah. I guess but I guess we should try to wrap this up kind of soon. I'm supposed to get on a call with somebody kind of soon, but I will ask Bones one final question. And this is not related to Tower of Answers, but just to kind of wrap things up on a cool note, what is the thing in Tower of God, like, or like, what is the, you know, the one or two big things that you are most excited to see in Tower of God going forward?
Yes. Oh yes. This is something I like. Um, okay, first of all,
All right.
I really want Rachel back, right?
Yeah, of
Because to
course.
me, anytime Rachel's involved, interesting things happen story-wise. So we know that Rachel is going to get three wishes from Gustang, right? And we know, at least based on Tower of Answers, it is suspected that Rachel is being used by the boss
Yeah.
and his entire faction, one of which being Gustang, um, to do certain things and to get bound to certain places.
Yeah.
So I think that the entire Emily project that workshop was all about Emily at the start.
Mm-hmm.
She was, made into a big thing,
Yeah.
and we never got back to it.
Yeah.
Right? Emily was kind of forgotten, and it's just there. And it was foreshadowed that when Emily ignites, the whole tower will change.
Yep.
So what I think is going to happen is Rachel will ask Gustam as one of her wishes to get power. But it will not be just, oh, I will give you a new body or whatever, will make you
Mm-hmm.
rank her level.
Yeah.
I think what will happen is, or whether she asks for a weapon or power, I think because the premise here is that Tuperi Peri is working with Gustav, and we know Tuperi Peri has one more opera that he doesn't use, or he's got the opera that he doesn't use because they're only three.
Mm.
So I think what's going to happen, and this is what I want to see,
Mm-hmm.
is when she asks for power or help or weapon, they will take Emily and they will take Oprah, the remaining one, and they will merge them together to create the most ridiculous weapon in the entire tower that, once ignited, will mess up all the fate seeing inside the tower.
Mm.
So the Faters already know what fate they're trying to do,
Yeah.
follow, right? They know what events they need to create. They don't need to see the current fate, but
Mm-hmm.
Zahard does because Zahard needs to counter stuff.
Mm.
Um, just like Zahard sent Yasracha to the walls because he knew the Canaans will be coming. Because Kelhalam originally saw that
Yeah.
he would win at the walls, but then Yasracha comes and he loses. So Zahad is actively countering stuff with his fate seeing, and
Mm.
FUG will most likely not be able to win or do much if Zahad has that much power, right,
Yeah.
over fate, because he can see. So, and Rachel's entire thing in this series is about denying fate and trying to change it,
Mm-hmm.
or at least insert herself into it. So I think, and Emily has been shown to be able to mess with guides. She messes with Huaryun, who is the best guide we've seen,
Yeah.
and yeah, so and that thing has been abandoned for now. So I think Gustang, with the help of Emily and Oprah, will create this new weapon that will mess up Zahard's fate seeing. Now, the thing here is that Rachel is not the most skilled person ever, right?
Yeah.
Um, and she might be a decent light bearer, but she's not the best.
Yeah.
And Kuhn had problem. Kuhn is a great light
Even
bearer, but
Kuhn needed beta to get
exactly
Anacore working.
to get Enaco working. And
Yeah.
the Opera is most likely like 99% 0.9%, sorry, 99.9% more probable that it's going to be more difficult to use,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Sure.
So how would Rachel be able to use Opera
Do you think
if
Emily's gonna be like the beta or something?
exactly? So
Okay.
Emily is the beta to Opera, um, just like beta is the thing that allows Kun to use Enacor.
Yeah. Yeah. I see where you're
And
going with that.
so, but despite Emily helping to do that,
Mm-hmm.
I think if Tupari faction is working with Gustav, the perfect time to introduce that entire family is by having Gustang send Rachel to that family for Lightbearer training and for them to get the final opera and create this thing.
Hmm.
So we could be introduced to the entire, Tupari family through Rachel. So not only do we get the family we've never seen, which is
Yeah.
hype, we know nothing about,
Yeah.
we also get Rachel back and we get this ridiculous weapon. So this is one of the things I would really like to see is introduction of the Tupari family through Rachel. Not
That would be
only would
cool.
that introduce the family, bring Rachel back, but it would also show us that Gustang is not alone in this war and he has an ally.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I mean that would be really interesting.
we will see that there is a faction going on here. And another thing, the second thing I'm most hyped about is Pepe Meme Seto, the Slayer of
How do
Bug.
you think he's going to come into play?
I have a lot of fears about Pepe Meme Seto, and some people might think I'm memeing about them, but I genuinely think they're very possible. And he's already been foreshadowed that to come up into play very soon because whatever state he is in, Mother Rako needs the soul ladle
Yeah.
to awaken him. And Hua Yun has given him the ladle. Obviously now is not the time because it's the Nest War, but after the Nest, I suspect because it just makes sense, we get an FUG arc in which Mother Rako might awaken Seto, whatever that entails. And I think Seto will come into play. And I have built a massive narrative and headcanon around Seto. Um, so in that headcanon, Seto would introduce Bam to the Eurasia family, and that would lead to N getting rescued.
Hmm.
So that all Seto would be the gateway that brings Bam and N and the Eurasia family together in my headcanon.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that would be that's at this point probably the only conceivable way to actually, well, or not the only conceivable way. There's either it would either be through that or through like Bomb meeting Gustang again somehow, and then Gustang
Because
just taking him to the
someone has to
labyrinth.
point Bam at N, right?
Yeah, well, I think Gustang could do that too.
So the interesting thing is, do you remember the flying regular girl called Irure?
Well, of course I remember the flying regular
Yeah,
girl called Irure.
yeah. So the line translation, as you might have seen,
Yeah.
of one of her Emily texts is actually incorrect. And someone who speaks Korean confirmed that who
Oh
she is
yeah,
speaking to is the family head. So Irure was actually speaking to Blossom,
that's wild. That's crazy.
and
So that's
and she
not the
has this.
branch head then.
No, it literally said family head.
Crazy.
So unless she called someone else family head, it just makes sense as Blossom.
Yeah.
And then you've got this entire story of her in the hidden floor that SIU even bothered to cover,
Yeah.
of her and her dream, and her family, her uncle wants this dream to happen, and Bam is the key to that dream.
Yeah.
And the based on like the info of how Blossom reacted when N was sealed, it just makes sense that the family's dream is to, get N unsealed and out again
Mm.
because she's the pride of the family and the future of the family, whatever.
Yeah.
So you could argue Irure would bring Bam in contact with the the Eurasia family.
Yeah.
But obviously, I have my own headcanon about who Pepe Mamaisito actually is, and I think he is N's older brother.
Wow.
So
Whoa. Whoa.
to me, if that was true, that ties everything together and a lot of plot points because to me that ties in Gustang family, Eurasia, some secrets they have between each other, all the NPC theory stuff,
Mm.
and some other stuff that it's too much to explain right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. It seems like there's really a lot to unpack in there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and that even brings Yuri in at some point.
Hmm.
So there's a lot of going on there.
I would not
But
have imagined. So you're saying you think Seto is also another child of Gustang and
yes,
Blossom? Wow.
yes,
It's news to
and
me.
I think he's gonna be really freaking strong.
Interesting.
I think he's gonna be stronger, as strong or stronger than N would have been if she wasn't a princess.
Wow.
Which
I mean,
means N is still stronger than him,
yeah.
but he is ridiculously
Yeah, but
strong,
he's
I
like,
think.
yeah.
But obviously, all this is unsubstantiated headcanon. But I do have certain small things that can point towards that direction.
Hmm.
But to explain these things, it would take
It
too
would
long.
take another 4 hours, I'm sure.
Mm.
Yeah. Yama greater than Seto? I don't know about that, man. I feel like we've only seen like the shittiest Slayers so far. Like what we've seen Karaka, Yama. I feel like yeah, no, these are bottom tier Slayers. They have to be. I can't imagine. I can't
Right?
imagine Seto being weaker than Yama, honestly.
So, whether you want to believe it or not, Yama is slowly getting set up to fight Traumer
Yeah,
eventually, right?
yeah,
Like, I'm not saying he has any chance to fight him right now, but
yeah.
eventually.
Peak
And
Yama
and
might be around as strong as Seto or
mm,
stronger. I don't know.
and White is also being set up to fight Han and has been for a long time.
Mm,
And sure, they are not as powerful as the family heads. They're not even close.
yeah.
But it doesn't mean they can't become close,
Mm,
because you've seen how ridiculously stupid AA's, like how ridiculously stupid Rack and AA have become, right?
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Just anything SIU could do with putting some random creatures inside the Slayers to power them up.
Yeah,
From, to Bam powering them up with Red Frieza, just like Hojo powered up his people.
yeah,
There's a lot of different ways and opportunities this could happen. And if Yama is to be, man, I don't know how to say this because of like spoilers and stuff.
mm,
But like, if Yama is as strong as he is right now,
yeah,
that means any Slayer coming up in the future should be at least as strong as Yama,
mm.
I
Yeah,
think.
I see what you mean by that. Yeah, so he's like still in his
Yeah.
he's
And
still in
and
his
and,
like
and if we
Slayer
just
infancy.
assume that Yama has the potential to eventually fight Tromare, that means all the other Slayers that are coming up should
Yeah,
have the same potential. But obviously, this is just guessing
yeah.
here,
Do you
and
think
there's no.
Karaka has the same potential?
No, but because I don't think
Poor
Karaka's
Karaka.
goal is to slay a family head. He has a different role in the story.
Yeah, that's yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I think
So
his
not all
goal
the
is to.
Slayers will be doing the slaying.
I think his goal is to slay Zahard, but
Oh yeah,
yeah, maybe
but
not
obviously
SIU's goal for him.
Bam's got the same goal, so
Yeah,
all
exactly.
will have.
Yeah, he can't win against that one. Yeah. Well, awesome. Yeah, no, I would definitely like to see. I definitely think he's going to be like the next Slayer to be introduced, just because he's kind of the only one that we've like heard of at this point, besides like Luslek. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see. Like, hopefully within like 50 chapters, we can see him. But I think he probably will be the next major one. I really like your idea about Rachel working with Teperia, because I think that's a I always believed that the not always but like I always or for the most part thought that the next time Rachel would become important again is when Emily becomes a factor again, just because that's like the only real plot point that she has going for her right now with SIU without SIU creating something completely new for her. So to use like the Teperi family to like get her light bearing skills up to par, that would be a good way to reintroduce that.
Yeah, and one thing to mention about the Emily thing. So
Mm-hmm.
we remember that Emily by itself was able to affect the entire train.
Mm.
So at least, oh, I don't know about entire, but Warren wasn't able to see anything on the train.
Yeah.
We don't know how far away she was, but she wasn't she wasn't able to see anything.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing we do know about Opera is that it has infinite Shinzo range, which implies it
Yeah.
could reach anywhere that Shinzo exists, which means the entire tower.
Yeah. So you
So
could
this is
have
why
like
I'm
Emily's
saying
ignition reach anywhere.
exactly.
Yeah.
So if Emily can if they combine the two together, they can make Emily have the same effect as she did on the train, but on the entire tower.
Hmm.
That makes all the guides, including Zahara, completely
Useless.
useless when it comes to
Oh
to
man.
fate seeing.
So I guess Evan would be just doing business as usual then.
Well, annoying thing with this is that it makes Hwaryun useless, and I
Yeah.
don't like that. But
Uh.
she hasn't done much recently, so might as
Yeah.
well just be there in the background looking pretty.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Maybe that could I mean that might be able to give Hwaryun um a lot of room for growth. I think you could
Maybe she
actually
could
have a
try and
lot of
counter
character
Emily.
development with Waryun if you take away her ability to guide,
That is true. I
because
didn't
then you
think
can
of
get
that.
more genuine reactions out of her when
Hmm,
she like doesn't know everything that's going on.
true.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be pretty interesting. Um, but yeah, I think with those last couple questions out of the way, I think this is probably a good place to wrap things up. So I just want to thank you again, Bones, for coming on here. We really went for a while on this. This is probably the longest Talk Tuesdays we've had to date, but I think we covered a ton of ground, and it was really interesting to get a lot of your thoughts on this stuff. It's really clear that like you've really put like a ton of time and effort into building all this out, and I really like what you've come up with.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like we only covered about 50%, I think.
Yeah, like we really like there's so much of the document that there's so much of the document that we really didn't even get to. But I still I think all the major like questions that I wanted to discuss in it I think I touched upon, or I think I did ask about most of those at the very least.
So I guess
Yeah.
I can ask last question and answer it myself because
Yeah.
you probably might
Oh,
be interested.
do it.
Is when is chapter 4 and 5 coming out? And like I said, the reason I stopped at some point is because I was just so tired of, I wrote this much and I was
Yeah,
just
it's a
like, I need a
lot.
break. And also, there was a point when I started writing chapter 4,
Hmm.
but because there is a certain thing I want to cover in there that we haven't talked about,
Yeah.
that's just, I believe SAU is inconsistent with, that really threw me off
Hmm.
because I had a specific idea in mind and I think it makes sense.
Mm.
But there is like one thing in there that's just so inconsistent, and that is to do with the red light, the blue demon, the ball inside BAM, all
Yeah.
this stuff.
Yeah.
And this is, and I don't really know if it's me misunderstanding or SIU really is being inconsistent, because that thing hasn't really truly been explained, I feel like. And I know I read Raj's document on it,
Yeah.
and I do agree with most of that stuff, but I think there is something missing from there.
Mm.
And I just can't put my finger on it because it just seems so inconsistent from SIU's point of view about how he talks about these things in the blog posts and what is actually available in the webtoon.
Mm.
And I believe he might have changed certain things along the way. And I
It's
don't know, maybe
possible.
it's just me thinking like this because I want my version to be right,
Mm.
but I do think that it just doesn't seem very consistent, some things at least. So that kind of stopped me from writing chapter 4 at some point.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
it's pretty hard to process that stuff.
and as you can imagine, for me to find all these panels to back up what I'm saying,
Yeah.
I would need to reread the webtoon again. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of
And
stuff I
that's a
forgot.
lot of time.
Exactly. So a
Yeah.
lot of time required to reread the whole webtoon, to find my thoughts together, work out how I want to plan the chapter 4 and 5, although I do have some plans, and then actually writing it. And there's also the fact that I just haven't been enjoying ToG as much recently,
Mm.
and that's because of the direction SIU is taking the
Yeah.
series. So, if I'm to spend that much effort writing something, to me it has to be worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, I get
And
that.
and sure, I still like ToG, but I don't like it as much as I used to. So, will I ever write chapter 4 and 5? I kind of want to because there's some interesting stuff to talk about.
Mm.
But at the same time, like, I don't know if I want to spend that much time and how many people will actually read it.
Yeah,
Because if I
that's
write
fair.
this and only 2 people read it, like, what's the point?
Mm. Yeah, I definitely
And
get that.
and it's already like 47 pages long. If I add 2 more chapters, it's gonna be like 70 pages. Like, no one's gonna read that.
Mm.
It's like a
I
light novel.
I think I still think I still think it's really really useful and I'd say important to at least keep this knowledge kind of like stored and out there in public somewhere. I think it's worth it just for that alone. But I mean I definitely get the feeling that like all the effort that you put into this might not be rewarded in the way you want. Um, but
I
it's
think,
really
and it might not even come true. Like every single thing you
yeah,
read in
exactly.
there
It
could
could
be
be
wrong.
wrong too. Yeah, I know. Plenty of times I think that's like happened to me in like my videos and stuff too. I know like it was like literally right after right after like I put out my white analysis. And I was like, this dude's like such a pussy. He's such a joke. This dude can't do anything. He just kills Namo, and then like we get Dark Change right after. Um, and I was like, oh shit, we gotta go back to the drawing board for this one. Um, but yeah, I think as RT is saying for self expression, I think also for like anyone who wants to like just kind of get a deeper look into what could be going on here. I think it's definitely really interesting and useful to have out there. I also think there are ways to advertise it, even if it seems long. Like there are ways to advertise it. Like you're coming on here talking about it. I think there are other people that'll read it and advertise it too. And I think it has a lot of opportunity to get a lot of love.
I know there are quite a few people on the other ToG server who have read it, and I talked about it with them.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
when I posted it on Reddit and got like 30 upvotes, and then someone else says, "Oh, I think Karaka," like he said like the most obvious thing, something about Karaka that you can just literally see on the panel, and got like 200 upvotes or something. It's like people don't want to read it because it's too long.
yeah, yeah. It's that is
People com
difficult.
people complain there is lack of good or like expanded theories, but then you give them one, they're like not too long.
Yeah, I definitely get the frustration there. That's also why it's why I really never look on the Reddit anymore. It's just because like everything is the same to me at some point. Even on Discord, like all discussions ends up kind of blending together. Like every Rachel discussion becomes the same at this point. It's like anything anything somebody notices about it. It's like I've seen this like 10 times before, but I guess that's just kind of how it works when like you have new people reading, and then you also have like just people trying to get their stuff out there in a concise way. It's really a lot different to what we do with like more like long form like analyses, theorizing, and stuff like that.
Just as a question,
Hmm.
if I were to write 4 and 5, would you prefer if the panels, the pictures, were in the document itself or they were the links again?
Um, I think the
Because I feel
links.
like if you put pictures in there, it could break the flow of sentences because the
Yeah,
pictures are quite big, right?
yeah,
And sometimes I have to have like a massive, massive picture
yeah.
to show something.
A there's that you could break the flow. And then B, if you're concerned about length at all, then the pictures are not going to help with that.
Oh yeah, if like someone's
Yeah,
100 pages, it's like
exactly.
I'm
It's
not
like
reading this.
a 200-page theory. That's a full ass book. Yeah, but I think it's also it takes like a second to load those links up. I actually don't think it's like an inconvenience at all. And also what it does, it lets like if there are people that like remember how like if there are people that remember the parts of Tog, they don't have to like scroll through that extra picture. Like
Yeah,
they can only like they can kind of choose to see what they might not like remember immediately. Yeah, but
cool.
I would definitely look forward to chapter 4 and 5 releasing.
Well, if I am to write it, it would be at least 4 months from now.
All right, well
When
I'll
I'm
just
out,
have to be
when I
patient.
stop working.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, it's you need like in the UK it's like common practice to give like a 3 month notice period or something, right?
Yeah, I'm already on it.
Oh wow, ooh, nice. But yeah, and then you actually have to take the time to write it. But yeah, well good luck with the rest of that period for you then. Yeah, I think in the
Thanks.
US it's just like 2 weeks.
What I wish.
Yeah.
I wish.
Oh man. Yeah, they really they value loyalty there.
No, they just want to keep you in longer.
Yeah, that also yeah, it's much more yeah, much more
And they're
practical
also
answer.
incompetent. It takes them that long to just sort out all the HR stuff.
Yeah. To be fair, I feel like that's actually I feel like that applies here as well. That's like any business, I think. Any large business probably.
Cool.
Yeah. But
Well,
yeah,
then it's 2 a.m. here, and I kind of got work tomorrow, so
yeah,
I need to go soon.
yeah, I have a diplomacy strategy to create. So I guess we both have plenty to do. But good luck at work tomorrow. And thanks a ton for coming on here, and especially for such an extended period of time too. I'm really glad we got to cover so much ground and learn so much about this today.
No worries.
All right, have a great one, Bones. Good night.
You too.
All right,
Good
and good
night.
night to all of you guys as well. Thanks for dropping in.
Night, chat.